rich. Smelling like Versace rich. Jizzy and Beyonce rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Diamonds on my say rich, I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm rich. Jizzy and Beyonce rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm rich. Diamonds on my body rich. Smelling like Versace rich. Jizzy and Beyonce rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Say rich, I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich.
Yeah. So you fucking with a killer. New day, same shit, still feel at odds. R.I.P. Lil Ghost, man, he just got shot. So we drugged up now till the piss go pop. When the P.O. calls and the whole world stop. Ask, how they got $1 trillion for the stocks, but you not getting shit when you lose your job. My God, OD, every day on news. White man with a gun might as well be a noose. They protect who? Certainly not us. Blood diamonds in the chain of Elon Musk. Wow, even Grimes had to bust it for the Billies. She did it for the AI, but my AI played in Philly. Crossover, October, let me out. I've been broke, I know every dollar counts. Big smoke, paranoid when I see the crowds. How the fuck you don't believe in signs that you read about? Bleed them out, I guess the good die young and the bad die dumb. Don't bite your tongue. Now you foolies claiming real, but don't stand for none. Everything is off a show, but that show was gone.
Shorty drop dead, end days. Turn up, two-stepping in the grave. Cry now, then laugh. Trying to live cause we never had a chance. Cash out, no bread. Red pitch saying that it's all in my head. Shorty drop dead, end days. Turn up, two-stepping in the grave.
Where the bad bitches at that can hold they own? Am I a bad bitch cause I own my home? Two-sim Android, got no iPhone. Can't track my moves, nice, leave me alone. I've been sitting with my thoughts now 3 months deep. Hit the first well cry cause they closed that beach. No end in sight, honey, drink that bleach. Oh, the blood sucked dry from Commander and Leech. Gotta make memes, that's how we cope. Crying on the inside, no weakness show. Like one more night, rewatch Death Note. Feels like real life cause we all go broke. Filling out forms to collect unemployment. Posting me on the OnlyFans titties for enjoyment. Dancing on the lawn, turn the crib to a club. You throw it all away, 2020 a dog.
Shorty drop dead, end days. Turn up, two-stepping in the grave. Cry now, then laugh. Trying to live cause we never had a chance. Cash out, no bread. Red pitch saying that it's all in my head. Shorty drop dead, end days. Turn up, two-stepping in the grave.
I see.
What's the matter, my babe? Why you so silent? We both know you ain't this quiet when we in private. Girl, I know just what you like, and I will provide it. I can provide it. I can provide it, but you just want me to lose control. You just want to possess my soul. Why do you do the things you do? Would you like if I did it too? You just want me to lose control. You just want to possess my soul. Why do you do the things you do? Would you like if I did it too? Would you like if I did it too? What if I did it to you? ¿Qué te pasa, princesa? Está más dulce que fresa. No te agaches la cabeza. Tarde o temprano, siempre tiran la mesa. Así es la vida, pero no te creas, yo no soy cualquiera. Siempre ves lo mismo, nunca te enteras. Al zapato al mundo para lo que quiera. No me dejes renquero. You just want me to lose control. You just want to possess my soul. Why do you do the things you do? Would you like if I did it too? You just want me to lose control. You just want to possess my soul. Why do you do the things you do? Would you like if I did it too? Yes, you do. What if I did it to you? Oh, you do. Would you like if I did it too? Put your hands in the sky one time. Put your hands in the sky one time. Put your hands in the sky one time. Put up, put up, put up, put up. Put your hands in the sky one time. Put your hands in the sky one time.
Hello, welcome to Typographics, our 9th festival. 9 years, 9 years. Welcome to Cooper Union and welcome to Typographics. Typographics is presented by Cooper Union, Type at Cooper, and the Her Blue Balance Study Center. And Cooper Union was founded by Peter Cooper in 1859 to be open and free to all, independent of a person's race, religion, gender, wealth, or social status. We've been teaching type and lettering for over 160 years. Woo! 10 years ago, we started charging tuition for the first time in our history. Boo! Typographics was started to help us return to full tuition scholarships for all of our students. Your support for Typographics helps us return to free. Thank you for supporting Cooper Union and Typographics. Woo. Thank you to the amazing Cara DiEduardo. Are you here somewhere? Thank you, Cara. And my whole Cooper Union family for all that they do for Typographics. Thank you to all of our speakers for joining us today. And finally, please welcome my fellow curators, Sasha Tachilovsky, Ellen Lupton, and Barnbrook Albert.
Oh no! Housekeeping. We have Wi-Fi. If you want to know how to do it, it's on the screen behind me. Awesome. We have bathroom breaks. If you're looking for a bathroom, that way during the break or across the street at 41 Cooper Square downstairs.
We also have Type Lab happening. There's the third day of the Type Lab will be happening on the 20th, but there's a couple of days that already have elapsed. But it's this wonderful global phenomenon that we're trying to make a bigger phenomenon. But it's streaming across 3 separate channels of Americas, Asia, and Europe. So it's an amazing thing. And the third day will start on the 19th at the end of, so this is all Eastern time. So it starts Monday night here and then ends Tuesday at the end of the day on Tuesday. So check that out. You can see that on the main website for the conference /Type Lab. I also wanted to highlight a few of the exhibitions we have, especially put together for this year's conference. You may have noticed walking into this building, if you walked from Astor Place side, the west-facing side of the building has an installation. You'll hear more about it today in an hour or so. You'll see a presentation by the author of that project. She'll explain the project in a little bit more detail, but that's on the colonnade windows facing the street. So a really great installation of Ukrainian alphabet lettering from across the diaspora for about 100 years or so. So it's a really wonderful show. We have 2 more shows in the gallery across the street. There is another Ukrainian artist who's been making posters pretty much daily since the war had begun. So there's a selection of posters by that artist in the spaces you walk in. And the third show is a selection of recent work that we in the LaValin Center have received of Milton Glazer's work. It's a kind donation from Mirko Ilic, so check out that really super interesting stuff that you may have not seen before. So that's across the street as well.
And we have the book fair across the street in 41 Cooper. There's some really amazing booksellers. I'm itching to go over there. We'd like you to stay here for the talks, but it is open all 3 days to the public, including Sunday, to the public. So when you can, go over there. It's pretty fantastic. And then to get your goodie bag, they're also across the street. You go through the galleries, go look at the shows, and then there's goodie bags in the back room. And then at the end of the program, we have a party also in that space. So this is a very active space for us this year.
Party.
And thanks so much to our sponsors. And now a word from our sponsors.
it gives words personality, and I think it gives the people who are using the type a way to express their personality or their moods or their ideas.
We can find really inspiring new shapes to use and to share with the design community.
I'm addicted to that feeling. Having a great shape in front of you that is perfect. Being able to do that for a living is just brilliant.
Hi, I'm Steven, and I make fonts as Aerotype. Please check out NameSans, Curios, and Lang at aerotype.com. I'm also available for custom font design, logo type cleanup, and font development. Reach out if you'd like to talk about type.
Get a font in your inbox every single month. Font of the month.
You ready for our first speaker? Our first speaker is one of my graphic design heroes. Jonathan Barnbrook graduated in 1990 from St. Martin's School of Art and the Royal College of Art in London, and he never stopped designing. He makes posters, exhibitions, typefaces, motion graphics, books, album covers, and more. In 2010, his typeface Mason was one of MoMA's first digital type acquisitions. Today, Jonathan will talk for the first time about his longtime collaboration with David Bowie. Some of us are hoping for a Bowie impersonation. I don't know if that's going to happen. I have my own history with Jonathan, and I know he will not remember this, but I posted some work on Twitter that used one of his typefaces, and he replied me that it was disgusting. And I've never loved the guy more. So please join me in welcoming Jonathan Barnbrook. I on? Another round of applause for Jonathan, please. Just lost my notes. Oh, here we go. Thank you again. Our next speaker is Lavinia Lascaris, is a graphic designer from Greece. She is an exhibition and graphic designer at the Mafits Milken Center of Typography at Art Center in Pasadena. For Lavinia, exhibitions are portals into a theme. The theme is a recurring idea distributed visually and verbally throughout the space. Typography helps shape the narrative and creates a visual coherence. Exhibition identities can even trigger the development of new typefaces. Please welcome Lavinia.
Thank you, Typographics. I am profoundly humbled to have been asked to speak at this conference by the amazing people who organized it, and so grateful to all of you for being here. My talk today is about typography and language in exhibition design. And the reason I'm showing this image to open this talk is because a while back, I watched a lecture where the speaker said that if you're stuck and need inspiration, don't look online, don't look at Instagram. Instead, go visit the cactus garden at the Huntington in Pasadena and look at the 2,000 different species of cacti because they show you variations on a theme. And I live in LA, so I had seen these variations many times. And so what he said stuck with me because I thought that exhibitions are exactly that, portals into iterations of a theme. Curating exhibitions is to define a theme, and designing them is to dress the theme, to give it a visual presence that will present all the iterations within it. So I'll first talk about the process in creating identity systems for exhibitions, and following that, I'll share some research that led to defining a theme. So for the last 5 years, I've been designing and curating exhibitions at the Hofmitz-Milken Center for Typography. The HMCT is an independent department at Art Center College of Design in Pasadena. It creates programming such as workshops, lectures, residency programs, and exhibitions that revolve around the study of typography, letterform design, and language. We also have a letterpress studio with an extensive collection of over 2,500 cases of American and European metal foundry type, wood type, and ornaments, and a growing archive of posters, publications, and other rare materials that document the history and teaching of typography and graphic design. And all our resources are accessible to the students at Art Center and to the public, as are the exhibitions that we host in our gallery, which is a small space on the ground floor with an industrial chic type of aesthetic, as we like to call it. Normally, we present 2 to 3 exhibitions a year, and we primarily show graphic design and typography work with the occasional art show. So I'll now use some exhibitions that we've done as case studies to show typographic process and idea development. Our last exhibition showed work from Poland. Imagine 2 parallel narratives, one of posters associated with the Polish poster school, and one of type specimens of old and contemporary typefaces designed by Polish designers. Part of setting up an exhibition is finding a curatorial point of view. So during the initial research stage, I look for overarching themes in the work, the overall aesthetic, what is the work saying? But most importantly, what is the context in which it was created? What is its story? I'm essentially on the hunt for information that I can leverage to formulate a narrative. And in the case of this exhibition, context was instrumental in how the work looked because Poland has suffered several totalitarian regimes that censored creative expression and imposed severe restrictions on it. So I'll talk over the screen recording as it shows some of the process in creating the identity. There are a few approaches here. Some are playing with interesting typefaces from the specimen collection, trying to find patterns emerging from the characters. Others are trying to appropriate letter forms from the posters, and some address certain themes, such as censorship, which define the creative process and aesthetics of Polish work. And so I experimented with removing parts of the letters and challenging legibility a little bit, and seeing if this move could be applied on other words to create a system. When visual censorship signifies an absence, it prompts the contemplation on hidden meanings. The forms can be as much about what is there as about what is missing, representing some power dynamics at play. In this case, the absence of some stems accentuates the serifs. And that was utilized for a rhythmic interplay between the serifs for animating the logo. And I want to credit Ximena Amaya, who is in the audience, for doing a great job with this animation. The color choices were also an important part of the identity system. Red and white are the colors of the Polish flag, but red is also associated with significant movements in the history of Poland, such as the socialist communist movement, the labor movement, the solidarity movement. And so we doubled down on the red as the visual glue that united the contents of the exhibition under one theme, but also as a navigational tool. I should mention that other than our main gallery, we occasionally use additional smaller spaces in the building. So whenever we do that, I need an obvious way to demonstrate that what people are seeing in these other spaces all belong to the same theme. The serifs from the title logo were also used as a subtle design move to anchor the texts in the exhibition and to connect them back to the visual identity. The tricky thing with exhibitions like this is that the work is already heavy on the type, so any additional text needs to reflect the work in a subtle way without competing in it. Most of the time, the role of the graphics in an exhibition is to frame the work, not be the work. And so, as this exhibition relied on color to unify the work, the next one I'm about to show relied on typography. This was an exhibition that showcased artwork that reflects on the news, and it was titled Redact, Rewrite, Reframe. Most of these process sketches are iterations on the idea of again, of repetition and multiplication, much like how the news is copied and disseminated. And so with that in mind, I started developing this stacked typeface that I could keep adding levels to. The shape of the letter forms were based on binder style, compressed grotesque from 1959, which, because of its rectangular quality, lent itself to being stacked comfortably. And I didn't necessarily intend for this to be a full typeface initially, but the more I looked at the shapes, the more inviting they were to expand, and so I kept adding glyphs to it, like numerals and some punctuation. The repetition was operating in different ways at different sizes, but I thought the message was consistent, and I liked what it was doing, so I used it as bigger abstract graphics, like in the beginning of the animation, as well as to typeset smaller text, which was surprisingly legible and offered that density in newspapers that fosters this sense of abundant information. And then once I had that, then everything else is mocked up before it goes on the wall. So here I'm testing secondary type treatments, navigation, and ideas for applying the graphics into the space. Our gallery is on the ground floor, and it has big windows that face the street, so they offer opportunities to do fun stuff in vinyl. And then I'll print stuff out and place them in the space to determine type sizes and height and placement before putting any orders in with vendors. This is what it looked like when it all came together. This is our main gallery space, which is also the main entrance to the building. The stacked font was used at a fairly large scale for the logo and at a smaller scale as a graphic element on the windows, which had typeset text borrowed from Marshall McLuhan's The Medium as the Message that talks about how the medium itself through which the news is delivered can also shape public perception. Same as in the Polish exhibition, this one also needed a system to mark other spaces in the building. And so we ran the font across the top of the 2 showcases that are down the hall from the gallery. And here are some other applications like artwork labels and the exhibition guide that mirrored the size and format of a newspaper with information about the artists, a map of the exhibition spaces, and other relevant information. The next project I would like to share is another typeface that was inspired by the identity of an exhibition which showed work by British designer Abram Games, who did a lot of systemized hand lettering in his posters. And so for the identity, I studied some of the lettering and created a typeface based on this gas pipe style lettering that recurred in his posters. And I won't focus too much on the exhibition in this case. I just want to show this one image for context and as a reference to the starting point for the typeface that was properly worked on and refined after the exhibition. So this shows the development of some of the letter forms as I tried to take ownership of them and detach them from what had inspired them, which was a bit of a mental challenge, cutting the cord from the posters. The focus with the typeface was on the vertical rhythm that is created between the stems and the letter spacing, the interplay between positive and negative space. This is where the typeface is right now. It is a work in progress, and I admit to not having worked on it in a while. So part of the reason I'm showing it is to guilt myself into finishing it. It has some unconventional ligatures in both lowercase and uppercase sets that help with the rhythm. And as of now, it has one weight, but hopefully it has more of a future than that, as I plan to add some more weights and possibly an italic. Also, it doesn't have a name yet, so that needs to be resolved eventually too. Come to me with any ideas. So the themes of the projects that I've shown so far are easily defined and finite in a sense, and the focus has revolved around how they look. But as I develop my practice, I'm becoming aware of the things that I learn through research or conversations that make my brain light up, that spark my curiosity. And most of the times, these are related to linguistic phenomena and semantics. I love this quote by Gretchen McCulloch that language is an open source project, which is such a nice way to think about language as this organic, living, constantly evolving thing that we all get to contribute to and even play with. And so as I absorb this new knowledge, I instinctively envision ways to incorporate it into my work, almost like trying to find ways to establish a relationship between myself and the thing, contemplating how it could be presented in an exhibition or a book, and pondering the underlying themes that I can leverage. This is starting to frame where I would like my practice to be headed towards exhibitions that present research as artifact. And so I've been curious to investigate the historical, cultural, social, even ecological forces that shape language. What I've been most focused on recently is the notion of invented languages, and specifically invented scripts. Scripts are powerful symbolic systems. So what interests me is what happens when we play with that power, as we explore the intricacies of structure, syntax, and phonetics? And do they have the capability to challenge or subvert existing power structures? There is a long history of invented scripts, and I've been curious about the intentions behind them, whether they are for encoding a message or proposing an improved system, a hope for utopia, or for fantasy storytelling. And I'm also interested in studying the forms of the characters and the symbolism that they carry in different contexts. So I'll share a selection of things from my research around this topic that I think are pretty cool. This is Pitman's initial teaching alphabet, a phonetic alphabet that simplifies the system of orthography in English by introducing a modified set of letters that are more closely related to the phonetic sounds of the language. The text on the right shows an example of how the system would be applied and reads, once upon a time, little red hen lived in a barn with 5 chicks, and so on. The idea is that the system would make it easier to grasp the connection between the letters and the sounds when learning to read and write. This next example is the Pigpen cipher, a language code based on English that uses this grid to represent letters of the alphabet, where each letter is arranged in one of 4 grids. And the history of the Pigpen cipher is unclear, but it's believed to have been used as early as the 18th century and has been associated with secret societies, Freemasonry, and other organizations, often as a simple form of code or encryption for messages and correspondence. This is an example of a writing system that is called boustrophedon, in which the lines are written alternately in opposite directions, so like in a zigzag. The word derives from the Greek words for ox and turn, so the name alludes to the method of plowing fields using oxen. It was used in various ancient writing systems, such as early Greek inscriptions, some ancient Semitic scripts, and some Native American petroglyphs. And apparently it was left behind in the evolution of writing systems with the widespread adoption of more efficient and standardized systems, and because it required extra effort and attention from the reader to constantly switch directions. But I think that in some ways it would be more efficient, especially when reading longer text, because it offers a less disruptive rhythm to reading, since you don't have to stop at the end of each line to find the beginning of the next one. I think that maybe one of the reasons it was considered inefficient is because some letters in the alphabet are not vertically symmetrical and need to be mirrored in every alternate line of text. So I thought that what if the letters in the alphabet were all vertically symmetrical? Would that make it a more effective system? And so I started sketching some alternative characters for all the asymmetrical letters. So this would read, his language teacher is pleasant and funny, and then backwards, and everyone in the class has a good time. And this is in no way refined. It's a quick sketch. I don't have a plan for it yet. It's just an example of how I get to play with the writing system. This is an illustrated encyclopedia with illustrations of an imaginary world written in an imaginary script. The text is asemic, which means it has no meaning, and the author claims that a cat was the real author of the book that was telepathically guiding him as he created it. He also said that he wanted this alphabet to convey the sensation that children feel with books that they cannot yet understand. What I find interesting about the idea of asemic writing is considering what happens when language is liberated from the compulsion to establish meaning. Does it assume a new role that can open new possibilities? Finally, I want to share an invented script of my own. I must have been 7 or 8 years old when I invented it, so several decades before knowing that I would be working with letter forms for a living. And its purpose was to be able to write things that no one else could understand. The cipher is based on the Greek alphabet, which is my native language, and it has followed me my entire life for writing private thoughts or for reminding myself where I've hidden valuable things. This text is no big secret. It's transcribing one of Aesop's fables. But what I find interesting, I have this poster hanging in my apartment of the Missing Scripts project, which features one character from every established writing system in history. And I realized that there are several characters in the poster that are very similar or even identical to some in my cipher. And at that age, I had no reference of any of these scripts. So it makes me think about shapes and symbols that recur in unrelated scripts, and about collective consciousness and how people's minds are subconsciously interconnected. So it's work like this that fuels my practice, the things that I learn that shape the way I think. And referring back to the beginning of my talk, where I mentioned the cacti at the Huntington showing variations on a theme, I started thinking of all the references that I've been collecting lately as different types of cacti species, as iterations of a theme. And that was when I started developing that theme into an idea for an exhibition. As of a couple weeks ago, when I told my boss what I was thinking, this idea was still a shapeless blob, but I've since been working on refining it, trying to articulate it in a way that would resonate with people in our field, and in a way that also evokes an emotional and intellectual response. And so just last week, we were ready to announce it and invite artists and designers to submit proposals for participating in the exhibition scheduled for late this coming fall. The exhibition will explore writing systems as a creative and expressive medium. Its purpose is to investigate linguistic experiments of an imaginary or invented nature, innovative use of writing scripts as a form of code, asemic writing, writing without semantic content, reinvention or reinterpretation of historical writing systems, and writing as associated with myths, myth-making, and folklore. My hope for this project is to study the boundaries of established writing systems that can be transcended by exploring new configurations of signs and symbols. I envision it as a research project and a critical study that will start with an exhibition, but will have a life beyond that, as an ongoing conversation about reworlding and imagination and the potential as rebellious processes in disrupting existing power structures. And I could go deeper into it, but I think my time is up. This was all to show a thought process from here's the stuff I gravitate towards to here's how I formulated them into a theme, into an idea for an exhibition, while pondering how this theme can be relevant to our field and how can playing with language and contributing to linguistic diversity ultimately impact our collective narrative. Thank you so much for listening.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Just so everybody knows, after this talk, there's a break. For those of you who'd like a break. Our next speaker is J. Dakota Brown. J. Dakota Brown lives and works in Chicago, where he is busy designing books and journals, pursuing 2 graduate degrees, and teaching the history and theory of art, design, and labor. Today, we hear a lot of fuss over whether AI will cheapen our work and wipe out the profession. Such questions aren't actually new. Typography has always been implicated in automation. Dakota's rapid-fire history of typographic techniques and technologies raises thorny questions about industrial innovation, economic growth, and the dignity of work. Please welcome J. Dakota Brown.
Hello. Am I on? Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's great to be back with an audience of people from the design world, which is where I came from, though I've spent a lot of the last few years in academia in a somewhat isolated place. So I wanted to talk today a little bit about how I came to study the stuff that I'm studying and how some of my research interests started to catch up with the anxieties that we are currently seeing around new technologies. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about AI because, as I'll talk about at the end, most of what I think we know about what's called AI is based on kind of hype coming from the very industries that are claiming to have developed it. But what I want to show you is a kind of deeper history of typography that opens up, perhaps unexpectedly, to a lot of the themes that we see recently. Okay. I was a sophomore at North Carolina State University's School of Design when I purchased my first computer in 1997. It was a cheap Macintosh clone manufactured by Power Computing, a short-lived company that was bought out by Apple a month or two later. The following summer, I started an internship at a two-person design firm in my hometown. The partners had recently broken off from a large advertising firm, and they couldn't afford to pay me. They also didn't have an extra computer. So I lugged my clone into the office in a converted mill and worked nights at a bad restaurant. That August, while moving in for the school year, I received word that the freshly epoxied floors of an adjacent office had caught fire the previous day. Most of the building had gone up in flames before anything could be done about it. My former employers, for lack of a better word, were eventually able to rebuild the business. My little clone, however, didn't make it. Up to this point, I had done really well in design school, and I felt extremely lucky to have found an environment that I took to so naturally. But as I waded through the insurance paperwork, I mean, what, after all, was my computer doing in this building? I struggled to keep up, and I started to lose direction. And this is another thing that Mr. Barnbrook might not remember, but he visited North Carolina State around 1997 or 98. We all designed posters for him, as you do in design school, and mine was executed entirely in pencil. I think it's erased itself because I couldn't find it. By the time my shiny new G3 arrived the following spring, a number of my friends' hard drives were starting to show signs of wear and tear from the frequent power outages in our 1950s era studio. Our class, the class of 2000, had arrived at a transitional time. We were the first cohort required to purchase our own computers, which we padlocked to old drafting tables. In retrospect, this was also the beginning of the end of the 24-hour communal work culture of the manual age. Soon, laptops would make the studios more dynamic and flexible, but also a lot emptier. Though I didn't notice it at the time, my earliest experiences of type, technology, and work prepared me in ways for the questions that still animate my current research. One thing that I sort of can draw from this experience is that even in that short amount of time, I had already grown completely dependent on this new technology to do the work that I do. I also noticed very quickly that items and work processes that seem jarringly new can be old the next year and completely obsolete the following year, and that history seems to jump forward in unplanned crises and disasters at times. During my first years working professionally, I moved to Chicago and had lived there ever since. I became increasingly interested in the relationship between design, labor, and global capitalism. Naturally, my first impulse was to return to the theory and criticism that had animated those heady postmodern days at school. But strangely, I could find very little that addressed design status as work. That is sort of the actual things that we do on the job, or just the fact that design is actually like a job that people have that they get paid for. This sort of didn't seem to show up in the critical literature. So I was not much of a reader at the time, but I soon ventured beyond the design literature in search of answers. I was sure there was a book hiding away somewhere that had everything I needed. As it turns out, what I needed was scattered across a whole lot of books. I have spent much of the next 2 decades trying to wrangle it all into one place. So today I'd like to walk you through a little bit of what I've learned in that process. When graphic designers use the word printer today, we're usually referring to an office machine that spits out a physical copy of something we've composed on a screen. We're aware that printers can also be people, of course, but after the web and digital printing, we tend to spend less time on press checks than we used to. However, the word printing originally encompassed knowledge and skills that extended far beyond the point of contact between ink and paper. Early printers were often also type founders, publishers, and booksellers. Even as the craft became more specialized, printing still involved typesetting and composing pages, and this often extended to a role in writing. According to Union typesetter and print historian Henry Rosemont, newspaper printers in the mid-19th century had a broad but informal education in things like language, history, and geography, which would allow them to write articles on the basis of telegraphs that just had a handful of keywords. So early print workers held a strategic position in the public dissemination of public discourse, and that was simply impossible without them. You could not print text in multiple without hiring a typesetter or a printer. They often took advantage of this position to educate themselves and to advocate for the interests of their trade. In addition to their obligatory literacy, they had access to the press as an organizing tool, both of which were extremely rare for industrial workers of the era. Journeyman printers became the first workers in the United States to go on strike just after the Revolutionary War, and print workers went on to play prominent roles in revolutionary movements across the world over the next 2 centuries. The printed book was, if not the first, then certainly one of the clearest early examples of the world of standardized, mass-produced commodities to come. The craft of typography has thus always been linked to the double-edged sword of automation. Printing innovations could render work less taxing and dangerous, but the primary motivation for their adoption was usually the reduction of labor costs, which meant layoffs or slashed hours. Print workers often found themselves, like many workers of that era, in the paradoxical position of fighting against technologies that promised to ease the burden of their work. Though Johann Gutenberg's 15th century press had scarcely changed in the intervening years, the first decades of the 19th century saw rapid expansion and industrial concentration. Iron construction and steam power fundamentally changed not only the shape of the machines, but the entire work process that fed and maintained them. Amid all of this industrial acceleration, the process of setting type by hand became an exasperating production bottleneck. Several attempts were made to mechanize the process, with most ending in expensive and spectacular failure. For example, Mark Twain invested and lost a small fortune on a machine called the Page Compositor, which we're seeing here, which had more than 18,000 distinct parts. As Twain is said to have boasted shortly before the company went bankrupt, the Page could, quote, work like 6 men and do everything but drink, swear, and go on strike. Very clear that a lot of the kind of wonderful technologies that have made our work possible really came out of a context of suppressing and sort of trying to stop strikes or break them. Then, as many of you know, in 1886, Ottmar Mergenthaler, a German engineer working under contract with some of the largest New York newspaper companies, presented his employers with the first successful attempt, which molded lines of type from liquid metal. The finished lines could then be stacked into columns and locked into page layouts for the press. While the linotype was an expensive and somewhat risky investment, it delivered on its promises of labor cost savings and in time contributed to a dramatic enlargement of the size and circulation of the periodical press. The International Typographical Union, which I'll be calling the ITU, had been founded in 1852 to represent manual typesetters. And the union was initially slow to appreciate the significance of machine composition. For a few years after the New York Tribune unveiled the linotype in an 1889 issue, union newspapers often published reassuring reports on the poor quality of its output. A February 1891 article in the ITU newspaper Typographical Journal, for example, argued that the machines were overrated and little more than, quote, toys for print capitalists who had no practical background in the trade. Another article published the next month, however, summarized a report filed by union delegates after witnessing an improved linotype in action. The delegates, and I think it's very interesting how you can pick up their kind of sensitivity to typographical form here. They addressed earlier defects in typographical form and noted that the new machine produced, quote, lines perfect in spacing and with a clear face. At the same time, however, they pointed out the difficulties workers encountered in transitioning to a sharply accelerated work process with a complex ensemble of moving parts. The report cautioned against panic, but acknowledged that far-reaching changes were looming and closed by recommending that the union organize for control over the new process. In 1892, the New York Tribune and the ITU local here in New York signed a contract that put the newspaper's machine composition under union jurisdiction. During the next decade, mechanized typesetting began to overtake hand composition, primarily in newspaper printing plants. While there was still a limited need for the manual composition of headlines, advertisements, and other display applications, the new work process soon touched off an employment crisis across the printing trades. Younger typesetters scrambled to learn machine composition, while thousands of older or more narrowly trained workers fell through the cracks. Those who could secure employment had assessments added to their dues, providing thin relief to the unemployed. There were well-founded hopes that a steady expansion of print volume would eventually compensate for the loss of jobs, but it became a foregone conclusion that some number of men would be sacrificed to what one article called, quote, the latter-day wizard of progress. The ITU began to push for shorter work days in order to claim a share in the benefits of these new technologies. As machine composition became the norm in the early decades of the 20th century, the ITU tightened its grip on the linotype, which helped it to grow into one of the most powerful unions in the country. However, the new century also brought a number of unexpected threats to the labor process. Teletypesetting mechanisms were developed to run linotypes directly from punch tape, like a player piano. Justifying typewriters enabled rudimentary typesetting while bypassing hot metal, and countless attempts at phototypesetting came and went, though these initially made more of an impact on display typography than running text. In many cases, the development of these new technologies was explicitly spurred on by employers' desires to get around what they called the union problem. In 1947, for example, the Chicago local began a nearly 2-year strike against 6 Chicago newspapers, including the Tribune. And during that time, the Tribune ordered enough Verityper justifying keyboards to fill an office, and then simply put its existing clerical staff to work breaking the strike by setting type. The resulting paper had an uneven appearance, as you can see, and made some embarrassing missteps, including the infamous Dewey defeats Truman headline of November 3rd, 1948. So this is something set by strikebreakers while the linotype operators were demonstrating outside. But it did hint at the possibility that a newspaper might someday be produced without linotype machines and without a union, even probably more importantly. Linotype composition remained the norm at US newspapers throughout the mid-1960s, when the ITU began to make concessions on the use of computers and other technologies in exchange for measures that protected existing employees' pensions. It was only in 1964 that the New York City local signed a contract allowing teletypesetters into the printing plant for the first time, on the condition, however, that the employers had to pay 100% of the profits resulting from that machine into an automation fund for workers that would eventually be displaced by it. This time, the new machines did not simply alter the printing process. Increasingly after this period, they dissolved typesetting into word processing. A centuries-old gap that had separated writing from printing and dissemination was beginning to close, and this gap had been the very ground on which the ITU stood. Once more in this time, the newspaper industry led the way in automation, and again, the union scrambled to either train people in the new processes, rearrange working hours, or encourage early retirements. Though the ITU had enjoyed substantial control over print production in cities across the US, and for a time parts of Canada as well, that's why it's the International Typographical Union, it would be inaccurate to say that this control was absolute. During the 1970s especially, printing firms began investing in new phototypography equipment. Such new machines arrived in a chaotic jumble during these years, and it was not uncommon for print shops to go bankrupt after investing in products that became obsolete almost overnight. Confident in their existing arrangements, the ITU decided not to organize these new shops, which disproportionately hired women at a fraction of the union wage. Here are some examples of the kind of industry advertising at that time that really played on this gender division between the old and new form of typographical work. At the dawn of the linotype era, union printers had protested the monster, as they called it, that had taken their place at the type case. Here was a machine that eerily replicated their movements without need for food or human dignity. If we stand in the shoes of these obsolete tradesmen, we can see the modern design software that we use every day from a slightly different angle, as an accumulation of knowledge passed down through the hands and minds of countless typesetters over centuries. This is a common refrain throughout the history of the ITU and organized print workers more generally. And it was vividly re-articulated by a union typesetter who wrote a song at the end of the linotype era, just as that era was dying. Carl Schlesinger wrote, "Computers and cathode tubes replaced us, but by God, they'll not erase us because we taught them everything they know." If you've seen the Linotype documentary, there's a great re-recording of this song. Of course, the technologies by themselves didn't erase these outmoded typographical workers, but for most of the next 40 years, the design discourse did. When I arrived at design school in 1996, I was vaguely aware that the past decade had opened up a new chapter in graphic design history. In 1983, Philip Meggs had published a still canonical textbook on the rise and fall of modernism in Europe and the United States. Right at that same time, designers in graduate programs and experimental journals had begun to flirt with linguistic and literary theory. In 1984, of course, the Macintosh computer arrived, popularizing experiments with pixelated type until PostScript enabled high-resolution output in 1986. What no one told me was that the same year, an organization called the International Typographical Union closed its doors. At that time, it was the longest-running union in United States history. This brief account of about 150 years of typographical history in the US should sound a bit familiar, even if the details have long been obscured in the design literature. Today, in discussions of everything from touchscreen kiosks in the service industry to artificial intelligence in the creative professions, anxious references to robots recall some of the first protests of early print workers. And so here I'm thinking of things not just like AI, but also the gig apps like Fiverr, template apps like Canva. There's a weird sort of, from my perspective as in the particular sort of generation that I came up in, it was at first a huge wave of sort of euphoria about technologies, which may come for us eventually. And I think this is sort of an ideal framework to kind of look at those technologies again and really think about why they were invented in the first place. I think a lot of times, in the 90s and early 2000s, our attitude toward the tools that we used was that they had been invented to sort of save us time or to make things more efficient for us or to give us new creative tools. Really, this history is very much a history of the suppression of strikes and the disciplining of labor. So I think that's a really important aspect of it to make sure that we sort of keep in mind as we look at what some of the next steps for these technologies might be. I want to say one thing about the whole sort of AI question, which is that in labor history, it is fairly rare for a technology to sort of immediately obliterate like an entire category of work. What automation tends to do is to automate and replace specific kinds of tasks within a job description. And what it tends to do in a kind of broader sense is not to completely replace workers again, but to rather cheapen and discipline labor. And one of the things that I've noticed in reading about that era of technological change in the early 20th century is that both the companies that were developing the machines and the employers who were threatening to use them really relied on hype about what these machines were capable of, way ahead of the machines actually catching up with it. And this was actually another way of disciplining the labor force without actually having to invest any money. And I think that's something we should be really careful about when we look at some of the claims that are being made about these new technologies. Whether they can, whatever they can do in decades from now is a different question. But I think that part of that hype is also about driving down the value of people's work, all across the economy. So if there is a kind of a general message here, I would say that one thing that this research has taught me is that when I see a new technology or an old technology, what I try to do is to see labor, to understand the kind of labor that it replaced, to understand the kind of underpaid labor that generated the profits that were invested to make the machine in the first place. And I think that's what we should really think about as we look at these so-called AI systems, which are really just scraping thousands of years of human expression that's been uploaded to the internet and sort of laundered into a form that seems like it's being spontaneously generated by a machine. In closing, I'd just like to say that the way that I've presented this is obviously something that comes out of trying to retrace my own steps, trying to understand the sort of significance of the practice at the time that I stepped into it in the mid to late 90s. But this work and the bit of sort of exposure I've been able to have by circulating some of this work has put me in contact with a lot of people who are coming to very similar questions and conclusions in different national contexts. So I think that this could be a really promising way of looking at design history in a broader history of work and capitalism. And for those of you who find this at all interesting, I would ask you to join me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I feel like a union buster just using InDesign now. Please return by 11:55. We have 2 more talks before the lunch break. Thank you.
used to be the ghost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it.
I can feel your heart reaching out with open arms. I can feel your heart reaching out into the dark. I can feel your heart reaching out with open arms. I can feel.
Welcome back. Everybody, if you're in the back, if you're getting food, please come back down to the conference. Thank you. And now, a word from our sponsors.
Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
For our first spotlight feature, we have video by Katarina, the artist who researched, drew, and designed the installation gracing the street-facing windows of this building.
Hi everyone, my name is Katarina Carolzeva. I'm a brand designer and type designer from Ukraine. And today I want to tell you a few words about the letters that you can see as an installation during the Typographics conference on the windows of Cooper Union. And I want to say thank you to Alexander Tachilovsky, Typographics, Cooper Union, and everyone involved for implementing this project in New York and for inviting me. So originally, this project was my art project created during the art residency in Weimar, Germany, at the invitation of 11 cubic meter Projektarum and with the support of Bauhaus University Creative Funds. The project is called Ukrainian Letters Temporary Museum, but actually it became not so temporary. The project maybe was the only museum of Ukrainian letters and perhaps the smallest museum in the world. The exposition lasted 1 month and presented 33 works of art, namely 33 letters of Ukrainian alphabet. These are revivals and my interpretations of the works of 33 prominent Ukrainian graphic artists. The letters were found on the old book covers and other printed materials created from 1917, the time of Ukrainian National Republic, to the present day of independent Ukraine. I would like to show you how this exposition looks like in Weimar. The main limitation, of course, was the space. It's interesting because it's a small exhibition window in the city center, almost opposite the Bauhaus Museum. And previously it was used as an exhibition window of the Oriental Products store. And now here you can see art. During my stay in Weimar, I noticed that Germans constantly stop at the windows of closed or open stores. They look at something for a long time, they discuss it. So this behavior pattern works great and draws attention to the art. A few words about idea and mission. Weimar is a city of museums, so they inspired me. And one day I thought, what if I create my own museum? And this became the key idea of the project. After all, letters are art. And in addition, after the 24th of February 2022, thousands, millions of Ukrainians became even more aware of the importance of Ukrainian language and its spread. And I'm not an exception. Therefore, my mission was to acquaint as many people as possible with Ukrainian culture and language, to show them beauty and diversity of Ukrainian alphabet, and to bring them closer to the awareness that letters are not only a tool for the visual expression of language, letters are arts. So I selected 33 letters from the book covers and other printed materials. I selected 33 different Ukrainian graphic artists, and then I reproduced these letters digitally. And this is how the final exposition turned out. You can see that all letters are in frames. It was also like a part of my idea in Weimar, because I wanted to find some simple implementation to make this exposition interesting. Yeah, I had a lot of limitation, also budget limitations, but I think such limitations, they can be very useful for your project. For example, I painted some of frames by myself. Also, I used laser cutting for some of the letters because it was impossible to find 33 different frames. Most of them were found in vintage stores of the markets. And museums always have information about every work of art and artist, but the exhibition space didn't allow me to make tags under each letter. So yeah, at the last moment, the idea came to make a simple web page with a description of the project, all the letters and historical references, and there was a QR code so people could scan it. Thanks to this project, you can see many letters with deep Ukrainian roots and letter shapes that existed many years ago, even before the Russian Empire stole, appropriated, and destroyed the visual appearance of Ukrainian Cyrillic alphabet through the civil script reform that Peter I made in 1708. I would like to show you a few of my favorite letters. This letter is called Yeah, and it was made by Robert Lisowski in 1954 in London for the lettering for the book cover. And this letter is called U. It was made by Vasil Kryczewski in 1926. This letter has such a nice rounded tail, and actually this tail is very traditional for Ukrainian Cyrillic alphabet. And this letter is called Sha, and actually it was a star during the exhibition in Weimar, because this letter reminded of Trezub trident, which is a part of Ukrainian coat of arms, and many people recognized it in this letter shape. Yeah, and it's true. This letter is a part of Ukrainian project made by Vasil Chibanek. It's a project of Ruthenia alphabet and also typeface, which aims to revive ancient Ukrainian letter shapes from pre-Peter times. This letter is called U. It was made by Sviatoslav Yatsushka in 1967 in New York. And this letter is called N. It was made by Georgy Narbut in 1920 for the newspaper in Kiev. You can see that maybe this letter N looks not usual for Cyrillic alphabet, but actually this Latin letter N is more traditional for Ukrainian Cyrillic alphabet, which has Greek roots. And I hope maybe you would like to learn more about Georgy Narbut, because he is like a father of Ukrainian alphabet and graphic design. I want people to learn about the great Ukrainian culture. I want to make changes, and actually this project is about these changes. It was a great pleasure to see how people discussed the letters, how they talked about what letters remind them of, how they scanned the QR code, and how they fell in love with the letters, because they were not type designers, they were just people from the streets. And it was nice to see how they feel and how they are interested in these letters. Also, thanks to this project, you can see how huge the Ukrainian diaspora was and actually is around the world, but artists were forced to leave Ukraine in order to be able to work in safe conditions. Mostly it wasn't their choice. They were first forced to do so. And many artists who choose to stay in Ukraine, they were imprisoned, tortured, killed for their Ukrainian position and language. Russia has been doing this to Ukrainian people for centuries. They are doing it now. Again and again, they are trying to destroy our language, our culture, and our identity. Until now, many people, not all, but many people abroad, they don't understand that Russia only steals and appropriates culture by destroying other nations. And also Russia rewrites the history and does it very well. So I hope this project will help you to learn more about great Ukrainian artists, about our type design heritage. Maybe you would like to learn more about Heroin Arbut or Robert Lisowski. Maybe you would like to use Ukrainian language when you create Cyrillic and you want to show it in your type design project. Or maybe you would like to collaborate with modern Ukrainian type designers because actually we exist and we want to finally be visible and we want to finally be heard. Now this project, Ukrainian Letters Temporary Museum, received its second life in New York, and even more people can learn about Ukrainian culture, and I'm very grateful for this. So thank you and glory to Ukraine.
Our next speaker is Ximena Amaya. She is a graphic designer from Mexico City, graduated from Art Center, where she currently serves as the typography fellow at the Hofmitz-Milken Center for Typography. Her topic today is typographic emergencies. Language can change the way we feel and the way we experience the world. Likewise, typography can affect the meaning of a word and shape our experience of language. Ximena will connect her personal practice to the history of letter forms, street vernacular, and new technologies. Please welcome Ximena.
Here today. I am very humbled to have been invited. This has been a great opportunity for me to look at my work and how I approach design. So that's what I'm going to do, tell you about that. And I want to start by speaking about the title of the talk, Typographic Emergencies. It's a little of a joke with myself because a coworker sent this email once. So you'll need to text me with any typographic emergencies through the weekend. And I remember thinking that it was, what could possibly be a typographic emergency? But it's funny because commas, periods, and stems do feel urgent to us sometimes and like emergencies. I also like the word emergencies because of its sense of urgency. As within any field, it is important to examine constantly, and there are topics that require our attention. So in this talk, I'll tap a little bit into some of the ones that I believe are important. Before going more into it, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Ximena. I was born and raised in Mexico City, but I've been living in LA for the past couple of years. I moved to the US to study at Art Center in Pasadena, Art Center College of Design, where I now work at the Hofmitz-Milken Center for Typography. As a typography fellow, half the time, and I freelance half the other. As part of my curriculum, I have interned at Pentagram as part of Natasha Jen's team. And as part of my freelance work, I have worked with clients like Monotype and Netflix. I must say that when I received the invitation to speak, I was very intimidated. I think I could bet that I'm the youngest person in the lineup, and I was very worried that I don't have the experience or the portfolio other people do. But at the end of the day, I do have a very intimate relationship with typography. It has been a very noble and good friend to me. So I'll tell you a little bit about how I understand it and how I approach it. Going back a little further, I have always been privileged by my visual context. This has formed the backbone of how I approach design. In Mexico City, the strident and loud graphics of the everyday life and the culture in general have for sure made their way into my work. But I can't really attribute my fascination to letter forms to my place of birth. It wasn't until I moved to LA that my borderline obsession with language, letter forms, and typography started to take proper form. When I saw the signs in LA mixing Korean, English, and Spanish together, something unlocked. I was fascinated by the mix of scripts, and I think part of the appeal was that I didn't really understand these letters. They were just shapes with encoded messages. It was then when I started to pay special attention to typography and in all its articulations, and when I started to use it as a main tool in my work. Both Mexico and LA, the two cities I call my home, are in constant conversations with one another and are constantly informing my work. In contrast to my background, though, art center and school gave me a more modernist and clean pedagogy as my foundation. But after graduating, I have become more curious about all the things I was not taught. For example, the history of women in design, the history of Latin American design, queer typography, whatever that can mean, and just different points of view in general. I graduated last August, so a little less than a year ago, and these past months have been a lot about exploring different types of jobs, different philosophies, and exploring how I want to relate to design and to typography. It has also been about seeing what school left me with and attempting to find my own ways. Something very important school left me with was the power of tools, research, discipline, and methodology to mix with my more chaotic background and visual nature. With these tools, I've been collecting some references from the past and design in general or typography that fall outside of the canons. For example, some of these. Typography that is very expressive and is following different rules. I have seen that the present is full of attempts to diversify, which I think it's great, but to me it's also very important to go back to the past and to try to expand our references. Personally, I find it very inspiring when I find these studies. And as curious as I am of other references, I am lucky enough to spend a lot of time between very classical approaches to typography, thanks to Archetype Press and HMCT's archive, where I work half the time, and are both amazing places, as you probably heard in Lavinia's talk before. Being in this space serves as a starting point for all my work and all my curiosities, my typographic emergencies. It is a way to keep my work grounded and in constant conversation with the conventional and the history. Between all the metal and wood type, I get to spend time with the history of type in a way, and in that room, language becomes an actual physical object I can hold in my hands. I usually spend the day there helping classes, look around, and then take some of that to play home with. For example, this experiment, I found some wood type that I was very drawn to, and I just took it and see what I could do with it with more of the tools that I'm comfortable in and more contemporary programs. From all the things that I've been exposed to, it has been very important to have anchors as well as to challenge them. And I like to think of my work as a constant conversation between past and present. Today, I want to share a little of this mashed up approach to graphic design I have created using typography as a main tool. And as the title of the talk says, imagining through letter forms. What I mean with imagining through letter forms is that I think of typography as a tool for speculation. When you pick a typeface or design one, there is a lot more at play than just the functionality and its anatomy. There's the skin of the letter, there is the context, and there's the actual history, the way it has been used before, and the implications that that has. And of course, there's the content that you're working with, so the word by itself with its meaning. The aspect that I mainly want to focus on is the skin and how it changes accordingly to each project. By saying speculative typography, I mean letters that allow us to convey and imagine more of what words have to offer. I was introduced to the idea of speculative design during my last bit in school, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember where. However, the word speculative immediately resonated and has stayed with me. I looked up the definition and I actually loved it. So speculative in business can mean of an investment involving a high risk of loss. I love the concept of failure being part of the design because it's very accurate. When we're playing with letter forms and reshaping them to add another layer of information, there is an inherent risk of absolutely failing. There is a lot at stake. For example, legibility, how much reshaping is too much, or miscommunication. As the message gets more complex, perhaps the viewer will not understand what I'm trying to say and might have its own interpretations. So in a way, the approach that I'm taking is, rather than form follows function, more about form follows feeling. And I'm very interested in the parts of typography that can't be rationalized or intellectualized. What is this constant need to reinvent and reshape how language looks? It's not something new by any means, but it is extremely more prominent now, perhaps thanks to technology. In other periods of history, they were recognized by one particular style and canon of writing. In contrast now, we might be producing more iterations of the same letter forms than ever before. So I find it important to take a step back and talk about the whys and what this can offer for communication. I think that part of this is that typography has become an extension of language. And at the same time, it also exposes its limitations. As we were to speak of a reaching out beyond its linguistic meaning with a need to communicate more. Another definition that I like, that I think can apply to the use of language in typography, says that tension and tenderness may appear to be opposing forces, but they both find root in the Latin tendere, which means to stretch. In French, for example, to stretch and tender are the same words, which can also mean to hold one's hands out. So both the act of offering gentle attention and something being stretched out speak about reaching out beyond oneself, an extension. This to me speaks about typography as well, because as graphic designers, we have the power to stretch language, and all these layers become leverageable for us, and there are opportunities to communicate. So why is this important, and how can this be applied? Why should we analyze the idea of altering the shapes of letter forms? If there are so many already, why not just pick whatever we think is pretty and cool? Well, what if we're talking about the pre-colonial heritage of a country, for example? Would the same letters that were imposed to them through colonization make sense to represent it? When does it make sense to reshape our signs and symbols in a way that best aligns with the beliefs in question? I'll start sharing some of my own projects to try to illustrate what I'm talking about and to explain how I've approached this better. So for example, the first project I want to share was a hypothetical rebrand for the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City. This was a project I did in school, and the museum is the biggest museum for pre-colonial cultures and is considered a symbol of identity and pride. The project scope included all the materials the museum could need, from motion to print to wayfinding, using this modular font as the main element. So here you can see the 26 glyphs that I created for it. And I created this font with the intention of embedding some of the mythological, cosmological, and cultural beliefs of these prehistoric cultures. Pre-Hispanic, sorry, not prehistoric. Going back to the definition of speculative, there was a high risk of loss with this one. First of all, it's not the most legible font, and trying to sum up all of Mexico's heritage in a typeface is a pretty wild attempt. However, I did find some evidence recently that encouraged me to believe something was achieved through the letter forms. I am sure you're familiar with Juan Villanueva, and if you're not, you should be. He recently presented in A-Type-I a talk about the history of Peruvian graphic design. And I haven't had the chance to see the talk, but I saw this reference online from it, and I was fascinated, because as you can see, the letters are very similar to what I did, but I had never seen this reference before. And this alphabet is also talking about pre-Hispanic heritage. So it makes me think that some of the morphological characteristics do speak about this heritage. The letter forms are based on the same grid and act in similar ways. They were inspired by the architecture, textiles, beliefs, and traditions of these cultures. And they're intentionally bold and heavy to give a sense of reclamation and pride, as well to allude as the architecture of the times. Now, another important aspect is that in today's world, language is rarely static. In contrast towards carved in stone, we usually see language in motion these days. So it's important to consider how it wants to move after having designed the type and where it wants to live. This behavior, adding this layer, is another chance to strengthen the message. For example, in this project, I let the cultural beliefs and traditions of music guide its behavior. The second project I want to show is called the Trash Talking Encyclopedia, a book project about our relationship to waste and the environment. This project was meant to be more critical than aesthetic, and as it was an encyclopedia, I took the opportunity to design an alphabet that could serve each chapter. The way I created this alphabet was by collecting and documenting my trash for the length of the project. With all the 3D scans I gathered, I created the letter forms. So in a way, it was a way of recycling. This is the entire alphabet. So as you can see, it has a lot embedded of the decay. The trash also has the messiness, the flaws. And here you can see the alphabet in use in the project. You can see the book, some collateral material, and some of the spreads. The goal of creating this alphabet, as poorly rendered and with all its flaws, is to represent our relationship to waste in a way that conveys more of the feeling. Properly drawn typefaces felt very disconnected from the reality of this topic. So it also became an opportunity to use graphic design, not as a commercial or aesthetic tool, but as a critical one. Now, this project was a part of my internship at Pentagram, and it was a result of teamwork, but I like to show it because it's a good example of how changing the behavior of a typeface and the interaction between the letters can convey a message of community, urban landscapes, and coming together. This identity was designed for the Center for Architecture here in New York, very close to here actually, that explores ways to build inclusive and diverse communities in an increasingly fragmented society. Here you can see how it was applied in the exhibition design, and you can see how it's framing the content and the feeling of growing it had embedded in it. Now, my last identity design project was for Proud by Design, a lecture series hosted by HMCT celebrating Pride Month. And for this one, same as for the Museum of Anthropology, it was important for me to have letter forms that better represented queerness, something that, in my opinion, by default, neither a serif or a sans serif can do. Playing with the arrangement of the baseline, how the words interact, and how the letters reach out to one another, I wanted this identity to speak about coming together and reaching out beyond ourselves, which for me is what Pride is about. This is done through a series of ligatures that, although they didn't make it to the final design, are implied by the way the letters are reaching out to interact. For this one, finding the right behavior was a very fun experiment. There were many options, because how do you define how queerness moves? As my friend Casey said, queer is fun and never satisfied. So some of these studies include a variable font with a sliding scale from proud to proudest, moving around in 3D space, or even analog animations. At the end, I ended up with this as the final result, with the letters bouncing off each other, finding each other, and creating new and constantly changing compositions. Speaking of letter forms that challenge patriarchal and dominant narratives, another reference that I found very interesting was this alphabet drawn by Tori that is based on the human male proportions. These proportions were considered ideal, similar to Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, and the drawing represents the conception of the ideal body, originally derived from Vitruvius himself, but also influenced by Leonardo's own measurements. So in a way, they define letters from a very male Eurocentric perspective. I started to think what could be the opposite of this and how female bodies are perceived. And I remember the statue of Venus de Willendorf, a statue found in Vienna that challenged a lot of the European canons celebrating the female body. It is considered one of the earliest representations of female form in art history and reflects the significance of fertility and the nurturing aspects of women in prehistoric societies. So I started playing with it in Midjourney, blending it with other letter forms and images of plants or more organic references in an attempt to create a typeface as a reaction to Tori's alphabet. But instead, I found myself with these new forms that I was finding very interesting. And since we're imagining and speculating through letter forms, why not imagine a completely new set of forms? What if these new shapes could behave like typography and like language do? Of course, a big layer of this project is technology, which I didn't really go into the talk, but it's always present hand in hand with typography. These forms are a sort of collaboration between me and the machine. I feed the AI, and it gives me back, and then from that I pick. So in a way, it's a new language between the two of us. Again, this speaks about an extension of language through imagination, and it makes me wonder how can new references, models, and new technologies affect and shape our language. If there is any time where imagination and speculation might become reality, it's in the future. And if we're speaking of the future we want to shape, we need to speak of the technologies and tools that are helping us shape it. Language, designer, and technology are a triad that is constantly influencing one another. Either if technology means sticks and stones or AI, we cannot go about with either of these elements. So more than having a big conclusion, I really wanted this talk to be more about opening up conversations, posing questions, and inviting you to speculate. As speculation is inherent to the history of ideas and the history of ideologies. To wrap up, I want to share a quote that I found less than a week ago from Beatrice Ward. And this was very special for me because I won the Beatrice Ward Scholarship a couple of years ago from TDC. So finding the quote felt like a bridge and an echo to my ideas and my work. It says, the best part of typographic wisdom lies in the study of connotation, the suitability of form to content. People who love ideas must have a love for words, and that means, given the chance, they will take a vivid interest in the clothes which words wear. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening to my rant.
Thank you, Ximena. Thank you. Our next speaker is Craig Ward. Craig works for some of the world's most visible companies, including Calvin Klein, Aesop, Zoom, Verizon, and the Wall Street Journal. Craig's astonishing typographic works have appeared on the covers of Time Magazine, Creative Review, The Washington Post, and Wired. Physical, generative, and organic processes drive his work. This summer, he will launch a generative font foundry that aims to rethink the type design process. Please welcome Craig Ward.
Thanks so much, man. Am I on? Okay. Well, thank you for having me up here, part of this amazing, fucking amazing roster of people. Actually, I feel really underqualified. I'm going to talk about a bunch of stuff today. I sort of ducked out of the conference circuit a few years ago because I find this whole thing very stressful. This is not like a comfortable place for me. I don't know why we insist on putting awkward designers up in front of people and having us talk about our work. But I thought if I'm going to do it, I might as well treat it as a bit of free therapy for myself. So I'm going to start with a confession and we'll see how it goes. So my name is Craig Ward. I I'm a fucking terrible designer. I can't see, but I'm sure there's some nods. I'm sure there's some people like, yeah, we know, we're all over this. But I set my type too close together. I'm very distractible. I'm impatient. I have trouble getting projects across the line. You can't tell my clients this. This is a safe space, I hope. But more than any of that is that I just really don't enjoy being on the hook for all those granular, pixel by pixel, point by point decisions that are the hallmarks of great designers, as I see it when I think about people fully in control of their craft. People like Ximena, who are kind of just making next level work. So what I've done over the years is I've sort of fashioned a crutch for myself and replaced decision making with this idea of process, of sort of setting something in motion and letting that dictate the end result of the piece. So that kind of frees me up to just deal with making the work and kind of take some of these decisions off my desk. So I've been carrying this Chuck Close quote around for like 2 decades now, and I think it kind of reinforces that idea. So I graduated 20 years ago this week. So I'm definitely like stepping into the back nine now. I'm trying to work out what the next 20 years works like. But I started working in an ad agency, and I kind of knew quite quickly that it wasn't going to be enough for me creatively, that specific agency at that time. And so I kind of went out, and what I really missed about coming out of university into the industry was that sort of physicality, that tactility, that kind of hands-on design. I didn't know a lot of software at that point. It was a lot of cut and paste. So I went out and bought one of these janky old Adana 5x3 presses. It was all busted up. The rollers didn't really work, and I restored it. And I would go down to Covent Garden Market, and just buy all these pieces of type from a guy who had a stall there. And it's a really inefficient way to do it. I never bought a full face. I just kind of like the idea of picking them as I kind of needed them and building these kind of like jigsaw compositions. And I kind of enjoyed this work as a kind of a salve to this idea of being sat in front of a computer for 9 hours a day. What I really loved about this work was the sheer number of variables in the process. Like, I could print the same letter 3 times or 1,000 times and get 1,000 slightly different impressions. And I'm aware, if you're a printmaker, that is not the goal. You're looking for consistency. But I found this electric. I found this really, really exciting. This juxtaposition of this clean, classically designed typography and these organic processes that I wasn't necessarily fully in control of, and the kind of the visual tension that came out of that. So I made a bunch of work. And I could have probably stayed in this lane, and my agents would have been quite happy, because there's always going to be like a need or a want for this sort of work. I think there's always going to be a certain kind of publication or whatever that will want this kind of look. But like I mentioned, I'm very distractible, very kind of creatively restless. And so I started moving out of this arena and just try to, recreate the magic and kind of chase that kind of visual tension and expose myself and my work to other kind of processes that I couldn't fully control. So 2009, I started working with this photographer, Jason Tozer, came up with this series of images. It was inspired by a caved-in Chinese takeaway window that I used to pass on my way to the office. And we had the type screen printed onto glass and proceeded to launch various objects through the glass. I think you can see a pool ball in the image on the left, and there's like a spanner somewhere in the middle, and created this suite of images. And this did really, really well for me. Like the blogosphere kind of picked it up and ran with it. A couple of magazines ran with it, and the clients definitely loved it, because it still turns up on mood boards and briefings like 15 years later. It did inadvertently get me this reputation as this guy who just likes to just fuck up type for a living, which isn't really the intent at all. And it kind of led to a lot of commissions where I was sort of repeating the same trick, but just using lots of different mediums. So working with Wired, this was fun. This was the first ever illustrated cover for the Washington Post, which was kind of a big deal to work on. Some stuff for the Flaming Lips, and eventually moving into digital processes as well. So it wasn't really just about destroying the type, it was more about kind of creating the type as well. So this kind of like shiny sparkly piece that I did for Macy's. Kind of started life as a $50 shopping spree down on Canal Street at one of those crazy lighting shops. I went and picked up all these LEDs and watch batteries and magnets and fashioned these arrays of lights. And then in my apartment in pitch black, kind of photographed myself building out the constituent parts of a typeface. So like the straight lines, the curves, the semicircles, S-curves, and that kind of thing. And I was able to composite that into this piece. And I always come back to this. It was like, I think it was 2014, 2015. I think it's like a really, it's one of my favorites, I think. And I think if I'd sat down and tried to create this in any other way, it would have just lost a lot of that energy and that immediacy and those kind of weird moments that you're not necessarily expecting. But I kind of wanted to limit myself to the, the amount of pieces that I had to work with. Also, the irony of the British guy having to do the 4th of July fireworks was not lost on me whatsoever. Anyone take the subway today? Sure you did. This is another way I chose to spend a summer. 2016, I rode all 23 of the subway lines, swabbing the handrails and acting like a complete creeper. So this is like kind of like letterpress 2.0, where I had these sponges cut in the shape of the letters of the names of the lines, and I grew the bacteria from the L train. You're welcome. I know it's nearly lunchtime. Let's leave this one hanging up there for a minute. And this is another one of those projects that just sort of bled out. Let's get that off the screen. BDF&M. Let's leave that one up. That's the whole series. That's the 23 that I made. So this was like presented a really nice learning opportunity as well, because obviously once they were out there and New York Magazine did a couple of pages on this and Wired and Fast Company picked it up, obviously everyone wanted to know what they were looking at, and I had no idea. So I reached out to Dr. Chris Mason up at Weill Cornell, who had done a bacterial study of the subway a couple of years prior to this. And we were able to kind of look at the colonies and the colors and the way they grew and kind of identify staph and E. coli and all of these horrible things. So yeah, enjoy your ride home after this. And then this would be like, letterpress 3.0 as well. This sort of an inversion of the process. The idea that, with printmaking, the letter informs the shape of the ink on the paper, and this idea I had was to let the ink inform the shape of the letter. So I worked with a guy, Lyndon Gledhill, a really good friend of mine, to build this kind of magnetic gyroscope, pull ferrofluid around in a two-dimensional space between two sheets of glass, and we created this whole printing system of ferrofluid-inspired glyphs. It's kind of like Dingbat's font, which we did make a custom, like a working font file of this as well, but the main point of it was to get to this generative printing system, which I did with a guy called John Selikoff, who passed away a few years ago. He was a wonderful guy to work with. I'm sure some of you have worked with him as well. So skipping forward a little bit to the year that was, or sort of almost wasn't, 2021, hopefully I'm kind of building a bit of a red thread through this sort of weird, eclectic body of work as I come to these two projects that I really wanted to speak about that have informed each other in a really unexpected way. So 2021, like probably most of you guys, I'm sat working at home, the kids are homeschooled, the house has gone to shit. Everything's just chaos. I was trying to sell in this visible grid concept to a client, to, who was it, the Wall Street Journal. The whole thing was about transparency and whatever. So I pulled this Wim Krul poster as a reference. At that exact moment, I was surrounded by my 8-year-old's Lego all over the floor. I said, the house has gone to shit. This is a safe space, it's fine. We're doing our best. And I thought, maybe this would be a fun thing. I just had one of those little moments, get a little tingle. It's like, oh, maybe we could rebuild this out of Lego. We didn't have enough black and white pieces, so we had to wait. And I went online to eBay and I bought a bunch of black and white pieces, and the kids and I burnt an afternoon just kind of like trying to recreate this using the grid of Lego. And I could have left this right there, but I had to be a designer and ruin it and turn it into this whole like big overblown thing, and set up an Instagram account and call it something and blah, blah, blah. And so I started looking for references from all over the place. This was a postage stamp that Jonathan Hoffer had posted on his Instagram account. I love this number 5. I love the way the printing sort of broke down at that small scale. And so I kind of like rebuilt that. looking all over for references. This was from a painting by Ed Richet, some old like 90s rave posters, this kind of like modular approach, and even as recent as like Matt Willie's Port magazine redesign. So I also started looking like anti-aliasing as well. And this was really interesting. This is where it kind of got a bit out of hand for me. Just like looking at type at the smallest of scales and how it kind of degrades and falls apart when it's kind of reduced to like 72 pixels, particularly when you kind of think about script typography and and lettering. So once I got this out of my system, I started moving on into original kind of letter studies and kind of asking the question of how many parts does it take to make a typeface, that kind of thing, and sort of working with this limited palette of shapes to kind of see what kind of pieces I could create. And initially, these were done at like a larger scale. These were like 9-10-inch boards, I think, something like that. Some of these still live at home. A lot of them just been misappropriated. But when it got really exciting for me was when I kind of shrank it down. And I think I'm a big proponent on this of this idea that creativity thrives on restriction. So when I kind of limited myself to like seven lines of height and just a handful of pieces, I actually thought it was really interesting to see how much flavor and how much personality I could bring to the letter forms at that kind of scale. And then, again, I ruined it even further by like kind of drawing out all these alphabets and fonts, and I put them on Etsy for like 50 cents or something, and you can download them and print them. And I ended up fucking pitching a lettering book to Lego. I was like, let's do this whole thing. Completely out of hand. Meanwhile, I'm still a jobbing graphic designer. I'm aware this is very strange. 41-year-old man just sat playing with Lego. It's kind of the stuff that nightmares are made of. It's really not where I saw myself. Anyway, meanwhile, I still have clients, still have a mortgage to pay, still have kids to support. Beginning of last year, I find myself working with Zoom. Big client, big budget, wonderful, didn't buy anything, doesn't matter, that's fine. But one of the first questions they asked me was, can we do a custom font? And I was like, of course. That was my knee-jerk response. You're Zoom, you have infinite money, you can do whatever you want, that's fine. But the one thing they didn't have was time, which is obviously like a really big variable in the field of type design. It just takes time sometimes. This is Noto Sans. This was by Monotype, commissioned by Google. Supports every language, as far as I'm aware. 5 years to develop. Now, Zoom, by the nature of the beast, were present in every territory, and so they needed the same sort of multi-script support. They needed, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Cyrillic, the whole shebang. They only had 4 months to do this. They were working to like a much more aggressive timeline, and they just had no idea like how long this kind of stuff takes to create, which is fair. You don't expect these people to know either. But so they end up going away to a foundry, and I think they bought a font, they licensed it. I think they got them to tweak a couple of letters, which is sort of, frequently what tends to happen. And I was kind of left, a little bit puzzled. Just kind of wanted to dig into this idea a little bit more. And I started thinking about the Lego again, because it's just like my waking obsession now. It's my new favorite thing. And I was thinking specifically about how when you swap just a couple of components out, you can get a really different result very quickly. And so I thought, well, maybe this is a chance to kind of bring two of my favorite things together. Maybe I could take this, this new obsession of modular design and combine that with like generative processes, generative scripts to expedite somehow the creation of unique typefaces. I'm very good at throwing these ideas out there with no semblance of an idea on how much you're going to execute it. The modularity thing I think was really important because, like architecture got wise to this centuries ago, and particularly in the last like 150 years as a means to scale quickly. Like when you need to build big, go modular, the use of repeated forms and shapes and interlocking shapes, just helps you go, much faster. The Empire State Building, same windows over and over again. It took 11 months to build the tallest building in the world for a long time. Here we are still taking 5 years to design a font. I like the letters haven't changed, guys. It's like we're not doing anything new here with the letters. There may be a way to kind of rethink this. So I did a bunch of sketches, and I got put in touch with the development team at Glyphs. I'm sure you all use that software. So I got in touch with Raina, And I pitched this idea. I was like, what if we kind of, we design a font with holes in it? And so with this example that I did, we've got these corners, and each of which represents a decision point where a script would kind of select from a predefined little library or toolkit of modules. So it could be like a square corner, it could be a rounded corner, or it could be a pixelated corner. And that's a super simple idea, obviously like intentionally super simple, and kind of hark back to the Lego thought. So once this kind of played out, you had like the letter A here, the lowercase a, which had 3 times 3 times 3, 3 to the power 5, whatever, possible variations, which are things like 243 possible A's, and whatever, some of them don't work as well as others, but the intent was there, and I think the concept is sound. So here's like 54 of them played out. And the more I thought about this concept, the more kind of questions it asked. And that for me has always been like a litmus test for whether an idea is worth pursuing or not. Like the more questions it asks, the more excited I get about it. And this one kind of just threw up a bunch, and it threw up this idea of like, could we bring scarcity to an industry that has never kind of put a cap on anything before? Is there a way to sort of tackle the commoditization of type design? Is there a way to kind of think about how we value fonts a little bit differently? Can we do something to tackle font piracy? Can we just like rethink this whole thing from top to bottom? And so 18 months later, a lot of learning, a lot of tantrums, a lot of hair pulling on my part. 36 hours ago, I was able to kind of launch this online foundry for generative type, which I've called NF Type. And I pushed against using the actual NFT part of it because I know that industry has kind of run roughshod and done insane things. But I think the fact that we're using smart contracts to kind of police and verify ownership is actually really important and central to the whole thing. So I've got a little sizzle. It's like 45 seconds because I know I'm getting near my time. So let's see if this plays. That's a lot. Big. So I didn't even think. Like, I hope no one's epileptic. That's like really, really shiny. So I reached out to a bunch of different studios, people who I thought would kind of respond to this idea well, and everyone was very gracious, and they kind of came back to me. So we have a bunch of these fonts in development. So this is one by Michael C. Place of Build. Matt Willie's kind of scratching away on a concept. Chihan Tanti. Who else is here? Zipeng Zhu, the incomparable Zipeng Zhu. He's kind of working on this sort of pattern-based modular font, which is really fun. And then things start to get a bit more interesting as well, and the modules kind of become less blocky. Like the more comfortable people got with this idea. So this is a graffiti artist called Raise One, who's working on a really wonderful kind of chisel tip font, which has almost limitless permutations, and this very, very beautiful black letter script. Now, the whole project is kind of asking a lot of questions. It's got this whole new ownership model. You're not actually licensing these fonts anymore. You become the sole custodian of each of these unique fonts. And that's kind of, I don't know, you guys are all going to tell me whether this is a terrible idea after the fact. It may crash and burn. I have no idea. I just wanted to do it. And if it fails, it'll just join the litany of weird projects that I've kind of undertaken over the last 20 years. So I was going to finish with a quote by Einstein, but it turns out it wasn't by Einstein. It's misattributed, but this idea that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting to get a different result. And I don't know how you feel about any of that, but I feel like I've hopefully kind of made a case for, rolling the dice a little bit more with your work, maybe not getting too hung up on the details and just sort of letting the process take the work where it needs to go. And holy shit, 20 minutes on the nose. Thank you very much. That's all I got. Thank you. Oh, thanks, man.
Thank you. Let's do another round of applause for that talk. That was amazing. Go eat lunch. Come back at 3 o'clock, please. Thank you.
Sometimes the words I hate to linger on the road. I hope you would go play my way, but if you do, who are you looking for? Looking for, looking for, looking for the girls. Are you looking for? Looking for, looking for. Goes all yeah. I'm in trouble. Yeah, I let you down yet again. I'm a villain to you. So sudden. It's a riddle to please you. I guess I'ma need to take my time to save my pride again. Is a place of life for the sake of just making amends? We could have had it all, but our tears are gonna fall. Maybe I'm not enough for you, or maybe I'm not enough to prove. Maybe it's just time for us to close this chapter. Close this chapter. I didn't need you, but I kept on reeling. I long to a feeling, so why would I keep you when there was no reason? I guess I don't need to take my time to save my pride again. There's a place on life for the sake of just making amends. We could have had it all, but our tears are gonna fall.
in the old days, back when my whole soul was in a cold place. Crept around, neck full of gold chains, always made all these hoes obey. I can be dismissive, I just like to keep my distance, cause hoes don't mind their business. Are you motherfucking kidding? Until I die, it's about time I maximize my appetite, magnify my energy for all the time I sacrifice. They started trouble, watch me stumble to go get the shovel. In the jungle, you can see it bubble, but I keeps it subtle. Silence, grew up without any guidance. Sirens all around the hood got us violent. This a robbery, I always go with quality. Probably cause poverty has fucked with my psychology. Pay me, I don't let a motherfucker play me. Now they see it's me that got the vision, no Scorsese. Way back in the old days, back when my whole soul was in a cold place. Crept around, neck full of gold chains, always made all these hoes obey. I'm on your side. Way back in the old days, back when my whole soul was in a cold place. Crept around, neck full of gold chains, always made all these hoes obey.
Level when the lights come off. No, I think we're gonna have more people. Level when the lights come off. I'm open about your friends. 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 I'm open. Come over and invite your friends. Love it when the lights come off. I hate it when the night goes in. I love it when the clothes come off. Come over and invite your friends. Love it when the lights come off. I hate it when the night goes in. I love it when the clothes come off. Come over and invite your friends.
Welcome back. Did everybody have typography for lunch? A few people maybe got food poisoning. Hope they all returned. Typography is good for you. Eat your vegetables. Welcome back. We have an afternoon of type coming for you. But first, a word from our sponsors.
I'm Matthew Rex with Business Letters. I'm a business coach for creative people. For years, I ran type at Adobe. Now I'm here to help make your type business more successful. Clients hire me for my business experience. They know that I truly care about them and that I truly care about type.
Thank you, sponsors. We're going to have a spotlight in memory of my dear friend, Karen Goldberg. Karen Goldberg passed away this year, leaving behind a gorgeous body of work and a vivid mark on graphic design. She would have turned 70 on June 12, 2023. Karen created album covers, book covers, magazines, posters, and brands. She made commercial art, fine art, and personal stuff. She designed album covers for a young singer named Madonna, and she designed book covers for a doctor named Oliver Sacks. She came of age at a time when being a woman and being a designer was a jolt to the system. What? A woman? A designer? She approached typography with the eye of a collector. She plucked bits of glory and glitter from the trash heap of history. She played fearlessly with language and type, hunting for kinks and contradictions in the fabric of ordinary life. She cut and she pasted. She scribbled and stitched. She crossed her T's and she dotted her lines. What beautiful lines. She messed with history and she didn't care if that pissed you off. She broke the rules and ditched the orthodoxies. To hell with Helvetica, grids, and prissy manners. There was no stopping Karen until she stopped. We miss her already. Thank you, Karen. Our first speaker for the afternoon is Mook Monsalve, a graphic designer and type designer from Argentina. She studied graphic design at the University of Buenos Aires and then completed a master's in type design at KABK in the Netherlands. She leads typographic walking tours around Buenos Aires, and she creates spectacular silk scarves inspired by the lettering and typography of Argentina. The intricate dance between graphic design and typeface design brings her work to life. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Ellen, for the introduction. I'm really happy to be here. So honored. So first, I'm Mook. I'm a graphic and type designer based in Buenos Aires, Argentina. This is one of my favorite pictures. It's the one when we won the World Cup. So I wanted to show a little bit about my early work. This work is from 2010, 11, 12. I do these installations with really unexpected objects to create spaces and words that convey the message of the objects that embody them. I do this work with my partner, Luci, which you will see later in the presentation. So we create these kind of installations together, referencing the things that we see and trying to write with them. So I really connect with materials and tools as a way to create something different, to generate a language. Because for me, reading a word or looking at it, it's really different. So one of my main focuses is bringing all this kind of experimentation to workshops and also to my classes where I teach at the University of Buenos Aires and at the National University of Arts. So you can see the work of my students showing to you right now what they do, how they experiment. They also create installations and they also create objects, and they try to have like this relation with materials and objects in their work. So I kind of focus on that, but also this kind of material language that it's present in my work. It's also present in my type work, in my type design. This is Almira. This is my KABK graduation project, which also focused a lot on materials, tools, and machines. I was looking at woven tags that you find on your clothing, and I was wondering if I could make a family of shapes that related to each other through the process of being woven together, you know? So this is the family that was the result of that. They relate to each other in proportion, in structure, and I was really interested in captivating these small details and bringing it to life to a display kind of environment to be used. So this is the whole range of the family, and this is what is published right now. Okay. So, as I was saying before, my project focused on woven looms and how they create these letters. So each letter is made of small parts They're not variable. It's not a variable font, but it's a color font, which has layers on them. So you can get to these crazy textures and do these kind of things. I like to explore how type would live in graphic design environments. So I produced this when I was in The Hague in Type Media project. I think most of you are familiar with it. We do a lot of things with tools and materials, just such as carving, you know, or yeah, the drawing on the floor. So this was the moment for me that type and design changed in my eyes, you know, the relationship between each other, you know, what I consider typography and graphic design, how they came together. So I named the talk to Tango because I think they're always dancing and talking to each other, you know, so I wanted to tell you a little bit about Tango. So graphic design and typography for me are really in this intricate relationship between each other. And I wanted to illustrate each of these bullet points with some work of other artists and graphic designers that I really, really admire and that shaped me as a young graphic designer. I was looking at their work and I think their work actually inspired mine as well. So Tango is also this unpredictable push and pull between two forces. They kind of, you know, feed from each other, you know, the energy. So I also found that in the work of, for example, Emigre. Or Tango is also communication because you have to communicate with your partner to have a successful dance. But it's not only a dance between graphic design and typography, it's also a dance with your environment. So I was thinking about the work of Paula Scher and how she communicates and how she uses typography to tell a story. So for me also, type and design generate this bond that shapes cultures, right? So when I was thinking about that, making this presentation, I couldn't think of another work that represented this more than the work of Jenny Holzer, for example. So this bond also shapes my work, you know, like in Type Media, in the program, we did a lot of type walks. I'm sure you know about that. So when I came back to Buenos Aires in 2019, I started to host some type walks around the city, which we call Letra Capital, which is funnier in Spanish than in English. So we go out and we look at, you know, all these letters that are around the city. And it got us wondering about how precious they are and how they are, you know, disappearing. So this was a really nice connection. And then COVID-19 hit, and this project that was our type walks turned into another project, which is called Musa del Asfalto. We first wanted to make some souvenirs for a type walk, which are scarves. But then this project turned into a full project on itself. You know, it was not just souvenirs for a type walks, but it's a whole brand of scarves and foulards with type, of course, which I designed. And we designed these scarves with my partner, with Luci, to showcase these tours we do around Buenos Aires, and with the hope to expand it around other cities and places of our country. So while we make these scarves, we think about that, you know, we think about people having all this information on their body, and when they meet, you know, they start to wonder, you know, like, what that's saying there? And they start talking about the city, which is actually our goal. Also, this project allowed me to think as type as a platform to give a message, because we use type to create messages, to communicate. But what if type itself is a message? You know, there's a lot of type that actually was built because of something, to say something, and not only, you know, to write. So these typefaces that were created for our first collection, were actually built together. The first one, it's called arrabal, which is a word very used by Borges, our writer, Argentinian writer. So actually, this typeface embodies a little bit what I think about my city, what I think about her when I look at the words and the letters that I find when we do our type walks and all the research that I have to do. They're really beautiful letters. So I informed myself with all these quirks and things that I saw and just created this family. And then I created, at the same time, I would say I was creating them, at the same time. Then I created Ciudadela, which also takes inspiration from cities on building, from letters on buildings. But it goes a little further because this typeface actually thinks about how would a fence write, like how would I write if I was a fence and became a type. So in a way, that was my inspiration to create Ciudadela, which is actually all the blacksmith work you find on the streets of Buenos Aires, artistic blacksmith work. So these are some of the cuts of my typeface, which actually, the more the ornamentation increases, the more I challenge legibility, which is something that is also constant in my work. So for me, inspiration needs to be explored. You have to go deep. And I wanted to present here our next collection of type scarves, which is called Bondi. It's actually inspired by our buses, our transport. It's mainly buses that have all these colors and go through our streets, and they are huge, and they have these bold numbers and all these letters. And it's also one of my favorite ways of touring the city, if you like, because you can go everywhere in a Bondi. And this is what they look like. Like if you see them up close, they have a lot of different information. So what we did is take all that, pull from that imagery and create our own to make our new collection of scarves that actually, one scarf, it's made for one bus, like each bus has its own scarf, which actually has a different color palette, and all of that. I got the chance to draw a lot of numbers, which I love. I really love drawing numbers. I think they're the best. So here you can actually see our scarves on the street, interacting with the buses. So I love doing this. I love making scarves. I love doing graphic design, but actually I really love making type. So when I was thinking about this, all our collections and all the typefaces that I was building and our inspiration, I came up with this idea of building a type collection inspired by Buenos Aires. So right now I have these 4 members of the type collection. I hope it will grow as we come up with different collections. So the first one, of course, there are 2 sons because they are inspired by the type that you see on the buses, that it's actually squished and pulled and expanded and has all these different quirks, which I try to take into my own design and make my own typeface. And also what happened here is that while we were designing these scarves that have this shape, I thought to myself, it would be really great to have a slanted and a back slanted to add to this. So in a way, You know, like my process was not linear, but it was circular because the piece that I needed to create needed a typeface. So I had to create that typeface for my piece, for my graphic design piece, and not the other way around. So I have now this superpower, which is creating type, so I can create the type that I need for my projects. And I just enjoy that. This other cut that I made is actually inspired by how, you know, like lettering artists do and draw things on buses. So to sum up and to finish what I was saying, I think that it's really important to embrace the difference. You will be transformed and your environment will be transformed as well. And I say we just keep dancing. Thank you.
So much type. What will I do? Our next amazing speaker is David John Walker. David teaches at Austin Peay State University in the great state of Tennessee, and he recently completed his MFA in graphic design at the Yale School of Art. David's firm, Realistic Design, is active locally and nationally. He examines social cues and the historical past to shape his own visual voice. David is going to guide us through his typographic explorations and his aesthetic influences. We will see historical artifacts, architectural elements, and environmental recognition, how they provide a never-ending supply of inspirational material for typography.
Thank you. Oh boy, good afternoon. It's an honor. Wow, this is loud. It's an honor today to speak amongst this type design luminaries, friends, and colleagues. Thank you to Sasha, Ellen, Barbara, Cara, and Cooper Union. A typographic evolution. On my very first trip to the Lubalin Center, I stumbled upon the fairly recently acquired collection and archive of Reynold Ruffins, a graduate of Cooper Union and co-founder of the famed Pushpin Studios. His decades-long collection features ruminations, research clippings, correspondences, sketches, and finished works. I found the start of this thought flow writing entry, written while a student, to be quite compelling. Ruffins here says, "It seems stupid that I, supposedly an artist, cannot adequately describe what is the nature of my own work. Again and again, I end up in a blind alley as I try to put down logically just what I think the nature of art is. I know that whatever I say is filled with dogmatism and prejudices." Dogmatism and prejudice? This compelled me to think seriously about my own awareness of spaces and presence. What effect has locale had on my perspective? What have my eyes seen that has had an influence on my work? Mario Gooden, co-founder of Dark Matter University, wrote in Dark Space, "Culture is an understanding of one's internal and external relationships to place and time, as well as an intimacy with one's own existence." So, walking back towards like who I am and where I've come from, I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, known for country music and for tight people, Hatch Showprint. Also home of Cravath Hall, an administrative building at Fisk University, which is the site of historic murals created by the famed Harlem Renaissance artist and letterer Aaron Douglas. The illustration styles and textures that are within his pieces have been unforgettable since my introduction to them in my adolescent years. And home to hand-painted lettered business signage that's quickly disappearing, rapidly gentrifying as energy and action and development and new construction take over spaces and more people move to the city. But Nashville is also known as a birthplace of civil rights movements and protests beginning with the sit-ins, as well as the counter-protests. And most recently, protests that necessarily need to persist today. And in these photos, self-generated statements and lettering show that Progress understands the importance and urgency of typographic display. 2020, for Space and Place, I've really just dug into what my life looked like. So 2020 ushered in a massive change and opportunity to reform my practice, from producing collateral to strengthening my relationship to letter forms and making them public. So a couple years ago, I began a 15-day daily lettering challenge on Instagram with known letterers Mary Kate McDevitt and Simone Wilder. And we wrote and lettered based on a few things that we missed doing before the COVID lockdown. So I lettered these things, which are kind of interesting, some funny, some kind of crazy and political. But after the initial challenge was over, I continued creating statements of interest. So shortly after, the tragic death of George Floyd happened, and I was asked to produce a piece for Fine Acts as one of 12 artists to give away protest posters. I went on to create 350 works based on quotes, conversations, politics, happenings, and quips, and referencing pieces, for lettering styles and things of that nature. And so I would take out my iPad daily and start to draw words and sketch things out and become more familiar with my hand, and taking, I wouldn't say a shortcut to lettering, but it was just really easy. I didn't have to leave my home. I could stay in bed and just make whatever came to mind. And so after that, more things started happening. I put these things online and people started reaching out. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would be in an online exhibition with Debbie Millman or Paula Scher from country old Nashville, Tennessee. And most recently, I was asked by Adobe's Perfect Match game show to letter a saying for a promotional use to market this game. Get some bills for your skills. So I gave them, a few iterations, and they said, well, can we make it more directional? And I think make it move from the left to the right. I said, sure. So I gave them this iteration, and then this is the final piece that came from it. So on to organizing characters. Making work before this lettering practice, I would choose what I thought would look good and just go forward. Lettering, though, profoundly changed my relationship to typeface selection. So I was given a commission through the National Museum of African American Music prior to their opening to tackle an entrance or entryway. They had this long corridor that looked like this, with beautiful contemporary lighting that went floor to ceiling and back to the floor. And they wanted to figure out a way to display some nice things or something that would not compete necessarily with the artifacts and the images and the music and all the fabric and texture that you would feel from African American music. So I pitched a typographic solution that bathed people in typography as they walked down this 85-foot long hallway. And so thinking about typeface selection and where we're from and what we're intentionally trying to say about the work that they would see in the exhibition, I chose Bayard by Trey Seals of Vocal Type as the typeface for this piece. And so in fact, it does go floor to ceiling. And as a project, like, it was great to see letters that are immaculately large on the floor, and other graphics, or as they say, super graphics, for environmental use. And it literally bathed you in this narrative timeline from like the 1940s to present. So moving forward, I really I wanted to dig into some historical documents that were created by African Americans in the country. And one that I stumbled upon that has relevance to my family, Victor Green created a Green Book. There was a movie about it, I guess, released a few years ago, which was a motorist guide for Black travelers in 1936. So I came across this in my grandparents' home some years ago and just noticed that there was a little spot in there for Arkansas. And there was this place called Duck Inn, which was across the street from my grandfather's grocery store. So in my graduate studies and thinking about like reviving a typeface, I said, well, maybe I should dig into this a bit more and figure out, like, at the time, was this hand lettered or how was this commissioned? And of course, based on the movement in the type, it absolutely was painted and photographed and then, used for the masthead of this book. So this masthead was a high contrast sans serifs with flares and characteristics and other characteristics. So in my research, I started looking at other typefaces and compared it to Ludlow Radiant Heavy and Stemple's Omega for reference, which were also out around that time. And using this lettering practice, was able to think about and dissect the letters in order to create 26 characters and a couple alternates from just these singular 9 letters. And created a typeface called VG Travelogue, a titling typeface. So there's no lowercase, it's only meant to be uppercase letters. And as you see here, you've got all 26 with a couple alternates for the AD and the Q, as well as lettering out special numbers and characters. So one of the quotes in the book is, in patronizing these places, please mention the Green Book for safety and well-being at that time. And it's just awesome that, one of the things that Victor Green was also quoted saying was, there will someday be a time in the near future when this guide will not have to be published. And so thinking in contemporary ways now, where we have apps that guide us to different places, and there are kind of some lawsuits out there about navigating around dangerous neighborhoods and things of that sort, it's still in that vein of movement and activity. And so, of course, now we can travel freely with pride in who we are and how we exist. Another document, thinking about namesakes, my name is David Walker. And there was a David Walker who was an abolitionist and a writer for Boston's Freedom Journal, and he penned an appeal to colored citizens of America, which was this document pre-abolition of slavery for people to rise up and take arms and free themselves from the bondage and tyranny of the United States at that time. But he worked as a journalist and a writer for Freedom's Journal in Boston, which was published and disseminated in New York City. And around the same time of this paper's founding, the Boston Type Foundry, which was founded in 1921, and David Walker's appeal was published in 1929, came out. And so Brevier number 4, I believe, is the typeface that was used in Freedom's Journal, and subsequently the typeface used in his appeal. So I wanted to revive this typeface for contemporary use and think about the different iterations and ways that it could be contemporary and breathe soul and life into our current context. And so I created a typeface called Appeal. and brought in, of course, a full character set, and currently working on diacritics. And a quote, which is unshockingly this expression amongst many others from this 1830s document, which are quite current. Fear not the number and education of our enemies, against whom we shall have to contend for our lawful right, guaranteed to us by our Maker. For why shall we be afraid? To push forward and liberate ourselves from injustices and other things that are happening in society. So moving beyond surface, still evolving, still curious about how type can work and function, I was challenged and questioned by Brian Jobe of TriStar Arts. He runs a gallery in Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee to be exact, in 2021, and asked if I had ever visualized creating lettering for a three-dimensional form. So I sketched out these two words, stayed versus stayed, as homonyms, as a monument to the legacy of African-American existence within the United States, choosing to remain here in the US versus going to Liberia, being worthy of respect. So I lettered these two words, printed this out. This is 8 feet in height. And plasma cut this stencil from an 8 foot by 3 feet piece of sheet metal, and joined it together and created this four-sided object like an obelisk, and it's metaphorically representative of the nuance of diasporic cultures. And also, like, the counterforms cast beautifully conversational shadows. And again, like standing at 8 feet tall, it's quite a commanding presence in the room. So reaching further into three-dimensional form, I bent a thin wire into a monolinear word as say. And I worked with 2 pieces of 24-foot steel tubing to create this piece. And this piece, standing at 14 feet tall, this work represents the conversations that loom large in a room like an elephant in a room. And it devolves into a whisper as you walk around it. But you can't not pay attention to it. So to a curatorial activity, I had the privilege of creating a show around all the Black MFA students at Yale University. So it's 29 of us in total, and 28 of us participated in this art show. And I was also tasked with creating an identity. So I decided to name it Cousins, thinking about the relationships between the way that we work and the multidisciplinary fashion in the way we create and have dialogues, and wanted to bring the us out of the cousins. And so I paired the Appeal typeface with a couple or a few typefaces, and just felt like they didn't work so well. So leaning back into my lettering practice, I decided to hand letter the word us and bring it into a contemporary feel. And then taking it outside of this two-dimensional plane, again, leaning back into the exhibitional graphic piece of it, vinyl cutting these letters and installing them on the floor to contend with the architecture of this old home or this old building on Yale University's campus, something that would not contend at all with the architecture, but really be a complement. But also, like in each room, while the art is having a conversation with you, you feel at home being colloquially spoken to as a cousin. So, hey, cuz, or a cuzzo. So, Born Free. This one is a really special project to me. As some of you that I've met here noticed that I brought my daughter with me today, and we go on trips all the time to do things. So on this particular trip, I took my my now graduated high schooler and my daughter on a trip to the Beinecke Library. And in this library, there are collections of Black literary figures. But the imposing, striking architecture of these marble blocks are really, really arresting. And so on this particular visit, I'm looking for David Walker's Appeal to get scans of and request these things. But when I get there, the kids have this amazing opportunity to handle pieces of ephemera of Langston Hughes and dig into his archive and touch and hold his personal writing pen that he was given as a gift from after his college graduation. And then flip through his personal teaching copy of his book, The Weary Blues. And so after that trip, and thinking about the architecture of the building, I wanted to create a typeface called Stacks, which is generated from the forms Stacks Bold and the counterforms Stacks Light of the architecture of the Beinecke Library. And then I created an anthology of Black literary figures in the Beinecke Library using all of my fonts, the display and the body font, which features the likes of Richard Wright, W.E.B. Du Bois, James Baldwin, and others. So, ready, set, flow. Stacks was expanded to 3 additional related styles, Stacks Chisels, Stacks Stars, and Stacks Glitter, using this display type as a complement. And then pushing through and actually creating patterns within a grid to create other fun explorations and expressions. So I always love seeing these shapes off screen and in physical form.
Looking sexy.
And it's great to really be able to experience them beyond seeing them on the computer or seeing them printed out. So I had an opportunity to take over a storefront window in New Haven and activate the voice of W.E.B. Du Bois within steps of the Beinecke Library where his archive is held. And so this is a piece, that I produced, this piece of lettering that was installed on these windows. And it's actually, wonderful to see it in the wild. So of course, like things that are up are meant to be taken down. But in closing, I'll leave you with this. We are all born free, but we are never without generous influence. Thank you.
Wow. If you can handle it. More typography. One more amazing talk before we give you an amazing break. Susie Chan moved from mainland China to Macau when she was a teenager. Then she moved to London. Then she moved to Germany, and now she's back in London. Actually, she's in New York today, which is really cool. Thus, she has spent her whole life facing cultural conflicts embodied by language. Her inspirations come from the billboards in an urban village in Guangzhou, China, to the golden typography of the Venetian casino in Macau, to the tiny crowded ads posted on phone booths in London, to really long German words that she couldn't understand. So what Susie has done with all that confusion is, well, typography. Thanks, Susie.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Susie. So to be honest, the class I scared the most when I was in the college was typography. So I don't know. So when I get the invitation of typographers this year, I have no idea what I can share here. But after that, I think maybe I can share something about the ways I use typography and how it relates with my cultural background. My Chinese name in Cantonese is Chen Yimen, and when read in Mandarin, it's called Chen Qiwen. I gave up after being called Queen many times while I live in UK, so I just want people to call me Susie. So you can tell from the interpretation of my name that I come from a multi-cultural background. I was born in Guangdong, or you can say Canton, China, and moved to Macau when I was very young. I spent my first 21 years in China, during which time I lived in Beijing for almost 3 years. When I was 21 years old, I went to London College of Communication, UAL, to study. And after that, I lived and worked in Germany for 2 years, and this year I'm moving back to London. The reason I want to introduce this is related to my topic today. I will share my observations about typography, language, and cultural narrative in these places, and explain how this experience inspired my works at different times. So I will get started from London. The place I went to the most was London Chinatown when I started there. At that time, I wasn't fluent in English. The best job I could get is a part-time waiter in a China buffet restaurant to support myself financially. But accidentally, I went through a protest. So in 2018, the arrest of illegal immigrants in Chinatown by the Home Office in London caused local protests. These bosses, who have been operating in Chinatown for many years, believe that the Home Office is fishing for the illegal immigrant for the police. In the process of law enforcement, they even nearly hurt a mother who tried to prevent the police from arresting her son. I want to do something for them, but I don't know how to get involved. The protest board they were protesting with caught my attention. So I proposed this typeface project. I found that the layout on the protest board couldn't accurately express how angry they were. So I make the typeface which can be used directly on the poster and campaign to make a stronger voice. It's a view project, but this typeface seemed to be my own way to join with my own community group. It became the way I found my identity at that time. I simply silently joined the protest through my design. I asked myself, can a typeface go beyond visual expression of a word or sentence? Or can typeface help me express myself and my identity regardless of its practical use? So later in London, I came to connect with more groups of different cultures. I'm helping the groups express the culture they identify with. So this project is about the 3 London group Beige, Spoons, and Eastern Merchant raising funds for the LGBT groups in Indonesia. At this stage, I'm exploring the relationship between typography and community, and I began to use typeface not just designed by myself. So this is the typeface from it's called GT Fraser from Grow Type, and they have no relationship with any Indonesian cultural background. The reason I did this is that I realized from my experience that in the branding process of many large corporations in the world, the cultural background of a design behind a typeface is always considered. But I think if typography is the visual of a language, then we can allow the voice of this language have different accents, which means that we can use typeface from different cultural backgrounds to illustrate another culture, as long as the narration is correct. So I think this is also an act of avoiding cultural stereotyping across typography. During my graduation period, 3 years of foreign life made me miss the place where I used to live. So I look back at Macau from a new perspective. Macau is a place once colonized by Portugal, like Hong Kong. It's a very culturally integrated place. It is the only place in China where you can legally gamble. And as I mentioned before, it used to be a colony running one country to system like Hong Kong. At the same time, gambling tourism is Macau's biggest income, making up about 50% of the economy. As the main economic income of Macau, the gambling industry has already surpassed Las Vegas in the US by 7 times in 2007. These casinos, known as Venetian, Parisian, and Londoner, encapsulate what American capitalists see as European style and seek them in this Oriental town. History has chosen Macau as a special location to become a wonderful blend of East and West, like a balanced place. They not interfere with each other, but benefit from each other. So in Macau, you will always see many mixed typography and mixed culture phenomenon. So for example, this one, the American capitalism spelling Venetian in golden 3-dimensional traditional Chinese letters, such as traditional street sign in Portuguese and traditional Chinese, and this street sign pointing to Venetian, London, and Parisian in Chinese and English. And this is ceremonial surprise store I passed by. In Chinese culture, it's believed that the dead can receive daily necessities and money from the living by burning them. So they're made from paper. For example, the left side picture is the insole for acupuncture points from the traditional Chinese medicine. They want their dead family to know how to do a better massage for themselves. But when the ritual become watched by capitalism, you can see fake Louis Vuitton bag and Gucci loafers made of paper, ready to burn to offer to the dead. But if you look closely, it's not LV, it's XL. So they wanted that to live a luxury and traditional life at the same time. And of course, you can also see it from the purely traditional side of Chinese culture through a lot of handwriting and traditional rituals in the temple. The ambitious casino scene and these traditionals are brilliantly mixed in Macau to produce intensity and tension to the region. So the development of gambling industry along in Macau, China bring huge profits and disadvantage. So inspired by the phenomenon, I created this project. It's called Casino City. My design is to inspire local residents to communicate with the government through a series of prints. They are made to push the government balance between development and sustainability. I designed advertisement of Macau casino based on traditional Chinese ritual to make people memorize that city by the way of like burning the fake money, through which the information of hotels will be carried to every corner of the city. And as part of the action, I designed the ironic costume of Welcome to Make a Killing in Macau. So I have strict grids for some parts of the design and have no grids for others, and use too many typefaces and colors. In this graduation project, I obeyed rules and destroyed the rules at the same time and did everything that made me seem not to be a professional as a graphic designer. The same method is also reflected in my later fashion commercial project for Malaysia brands. Like Macau, Malaysia is a multicultural country. They speak multi-language, include Malay and English and Chinese and Hindi. And they have 3 major races. It's Malays, Chinese, and Indian. This is a visual for the Malaysia brand Motogo Autumn Winter 23 Paris Fashion Week and Shanghai Fashion Week. Motogo is famous for its nostalgia design. In this season, they decided to make a mellow and sleepy collection, the art of letting go. The inspiration comes from the fact that the founder of Motogo never had a good sleep after founding the brand. So it made them very nostalgic for their childhood. Even when they used to pee the bed a lot and they drink a lot. So in ancient culture, especially Chinese culture, people believe that things in dreams often foretell a certain direction in future life. For example, one of the interpretations of dreaming about snakes is about you will getting rich very soon. So dreams are associated with superstitions, and after waking from dream, people will seek a guy called Master Zhou to interpret their dreams. The multicultural background always leads us to have too many stories to tell. I feel the same way with Motogo. So I decided to help them directly express this massive feeling through visuals. After graduation in 2019, I returned to China. At the time, I wanted to do my own brand, so I moved to Guangzhou. Guangzhou is one of the origin of Made in China labels. In Guangzhou, I visit many factories, and the place where these factories are located is called Urban Village. Urban village refers to the traditional village remaining in urban areas, which is a unique phenomenon in the process of urbanization in mainland China. From a geographical point of view, it belongs to the category of the city, but from the perspective of social nature, it still retains a lot of traditional habits. So many small factory exist in such kind of village. I'm not a stranger to this kind of village because I grew up in the 90s and experienced the stage of the Chinese manufacturing. Many friends of my parents they used to be the factory owners. Different from the impression of the so-called Western reports, I think that this kind of factory in the village is a paradise for me. I can easily to make something there. And I also found a lot of interesting things there. This is the way every small factory, they adjust the clients. They use the handwritten billboard with recycled cardboards. So Western media always think that Made in China is cheap and not environment friendly. But internally, they're operating in a super sustainable way. So this made me think about the assumption and reality. So this is all the typeface scenes I found in the village. It's super wide. I think this kind of division can be summed up in these two photos. So the left side is the gate of the Chinatown in London, and the right side is the real side of the urban village in Guangzhou. So if a person have never been to China, it's very likely that the left side of the image is the completed the whole impression for him about China. So it's just as ridiculous as if I mention the West, I can only have the medieval image in my mind. With the development of social media and internet, we seem to now have so many chance to know each other, seems like very well, but at a deeper level, and also from the experience of myself, I don't think we actually know each other at all. So I proposed the project is called Made in China, in which I record the things I create together with two daughters of the owner of one of the printing factories. And we are making all the painting and photography, and we're making a lot of clothes just by the material in the factory. Finally, I record all my observations and the process of communication with them. So yeah, the project lasts for almost 2 years because I went to there almost every weekend. And through this project, I want to describe the real people and concrete story behind Made in China, rather than those huge and abstract misunderstanding and concepts. So in this project, I mainly used the Carter Newer from the shape type and Massive typeface from the Dynamo, and make all the typography in an over-decorated way. I want to express my kitsch feeling when I be part of this massive production environment. So now this project is exhibiting in a graphic center in Chimon, National Graphic Center Chimon. It's in French. So if you get a chance to visit French in summer, maybe you can go to visit their museum. It's a super nice museum for graphic designer. And so in 2021, I moved to Germany to work and live. Because I can't speak German at first, so I always escape to a comic store. I was addicted to buying comics for a while, not because the story of the comics, but because I love collecting the typeface in the comics. So the typeface is always often used in comics to help the main character express their emotion. So I was thinking, what if the typeface is dominant enough and then push the other element of the comic out of the space and make itself as the main character, like a comic typeface, but not a typeface with a comic style, but the typeface as a comic character itself. So I started to think, what would each letter have a different personality? So I created this project. So I'm finishing my talk. I want to share a joke. I might share elsewhere before, but I would love to still share here again. So when I lived in Germany for about half a year, once I went to a supermarket to check out, my mom want to say thank you to the cashier, but my mom want to say danke, which means thank you in German. And I end up to say thank you. It made me realize that I get used to traveling between different cultures and trying to benefit from different cultures. It seems like a kind of freedom, but no one can be free without being hurt. I also experienced a lot of discriminations and misunderstanding due to the language and culture. So my work basically is all respond to this kind of experience. So this is my talk. Thank you for everyone, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. And thank you, audience. You're amazing. You now get a break until, get this, 4:55. That's in pikas and points, very precise. Enjoy, be safe.
Psycho, maybe a dreamer, cause when I grab the micro, I'll kill your dreams, and I know that you try so hard to tell me I'm not a part of life that you had. A psycho. Call me what you want, call me what you want. Don't know what you want, call me what you want. Call me what you want, call me what you want. Don't know what you want, call me what you want. A psycho, maybe a dreamer, cause when I drop the micro, I'll kill your dreams, and I know that you try so hard to tell me I'm not a part of life that you had. A psycho.
but just when I drop the mic home, I'll kill your dreams and I know that you try so hard to tell me I'm not a part of the life that you have. It's cycle.
You say you're tired of the emotion, and you just don't wanna be forever drowning in an ocean of uncertainty. So find a way to ease your mind, pace yourself, start running light. You say you're tired of the emotion, that I'll be there when the clouds fill your sky. That I'll be there when the clouds fill your sky. Find a way to ease your mind. You say you're tired of the emotion, and you just don't wanna be forever drowning in an ocean of uncertainty. So find a way to ease your mind, pace yourself, start running light. You say you're tired of the emotion, that I'll be there when the clouds fill your sky. Find a way that I'll be there when the clouds fill your sky. Find a way to ease your mind, pace yourself, start running light. You say you're tired of the emotion, that I'll be there when the clouds fill your sky.
Your love keeps lifting me higher. Your love keeps lifting me up. Your love keeps lifting me higher. I'm never gonna give it up. You elevate me, you elevate me, you elevate me. Keep on lifting me higher, higher. You elevate me, you elevate me, you elevate me. Keep on lifting me higher. And I'm never gonna stop. Your love keeps lifting me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Your love keeps lifting me. Whoa, 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 whoa. You elevate me, you elevate me, you elevate me. Keep on lifting me higher, higher. You elevate me, you elevate me, you elevate me. Your love keeps lifting me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Your love keeps lifting me. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Where are you going? I've got to return some video. 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 What is it? Got to return some video.
My dials, we run it up. No, we ain't living long, but long enough. I can hit ignore when the money calling up. Life is ominous. 1 minute you here, 1 minute you made it. The moment you fear, the moment you jaded. But by God, I'm on the rise. How can I compromise when my life harmonized? Opposite being my polar, but I've been polarizing. Fucking living, thriving. I've been steady on the climb. Yo, this is far from perfect timing. And life is gonna tell you who you are. Even when I'm close, I'm feeling far. It's funny cause it feels like it's a start. Well, let's get started then. I left my soul down in Calabasas. The dream is beautiful inside of madness. And you wonder why I'm never going back again. I lost my bros down in Calabasas. That lifestyle, it got them chasing caskets. And you wonder why I'm never going back again.
I've been overanalyzing. I've been looking for a sign, even though the answer right between my eyelids. I've been really on my guy, but trying to make a plan while looking at mirages. Telling me I gotta try like I'm not steady parking the garages. Why it's like being heartless. Well, at least I got hard to spare. Watching dreams turn to streams, hoping I can get a jet across the air. Go to Paris, see, but guessing, get but guessing. Don't forget the pressure, man. We'll take a coal and make a diamond out of you. My nigga, man, I'm proud of you. Yeah. My pain is gone, take me to the stars. Bring in all my niggas, I'ma stop. Just so they can lock you in the charts. It's broken harder than.
I left my soul down in Calabasas. The dream is beautiful inside of madness. And you wonder why I'm never going back again. I lost my bros down in Calabasas. That lifestyle, it got them chasing caskets. And you wonder why I'm never going back again.
This lifestyle addictive, often sickening how I rush my fate. Man, what a picture, my first trip that's sponsored by my space. Users trying to pivot, it ain't on us cause it's in us. With my brothers, not quite Jonas, we've been soldiers since beginning. Damn, few about all this death, so let's live a life most call success, not civilized or respected. Give it life, pay won't reflect it. Get it right, they won't finesse this. Not my first rodeo, been buckled in, it drove me though. I'm coast to coast, we burn the flow and fast on brakes.
I lost my bros down in Calabasas. That lifestyle, it got them chasing caskets. And you wonder why I'm never going back again, yeah. Calabasas calling me, baby. 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 Running through the lights of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my jump. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, cause I'm free. I'm freer than I ever been before. Yeah, alright, cause I'm free. I'm freer than I ever been before. Yeah. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright. Alright, cause I'm free. I'm freer than I ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm free. I'm freer than I ever been before. Yeah. Running through the lights of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my jump. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright.
No matter where we go, our memories won't fade away. So I don't look below. I know we'll make it out okay. No matter where we go, our memories won't fade away.
okay with me.
Stitch face. You got the sauce.
Supreme got that heat, bitch. Get the yayo, do just what I say, so ayy. I ain't got no truth, but she look like cake. She acting hella bougie, I just took her to me. I know fuck with goofy, fuck it, let's just make a movie. Gucci, Louis, Prada, Gabbana, Balenciaga, overdose on China, bro. I think she just found a papa and then she hurts, cause I trust the girls. I'm a big, modern nerds. I will leave on your guys. Get the yayo, do just what I say, so ayy. I ain't got no truth, but she look like cake. She acting hella bougie, I just took her to me. I know fuck with goofy, fuck it, let's just make a movie. Gucci, Louis, Prada, Gabbana, Balenciaga, overdose on China, bro. I think she just found a papa and then she hurts, cause I trust the girls. I'm a big, modern nerds. I will leave on your guys. Get the yayo, do just what I say, so ayy. I ain't got no truth, but she look like cake. She acting hella bougie, I just took her to me. I know fuck with goofy, fuck it, let's just make a movie. Gucci, Louis, Prada, Gabbana, Balenciaga, overdose on China, bro. I think she just found a papa and then she hurts, cause I trust the girls. I'm a big, modern nerds. I will leave on your guys.
There was always just 1 second. Could have stopped for just 1 second. There was something in the air that night. You can say a lot with a lie. All I see is a white blindness and the breed of ultra-violence. Feels like we are worlds apart. I never really liked the dark. I'm falling and my skin is crawling. Everything is nothing when you're losing something. Missing all the good times, living It feels like London Bridge is always falling down. We should have known better by now. We know better. Oh, we know better. And it's been a long time coming. From the truth, they're always running. You can say a lot with a lie. Now this is the part where we fight. It's the end of the world as we know it. And the wind just keeps on blowing. And nobody can hear my scream. Tell me that it's just a dream. I'm falling and my skin is crawling. Everything is nothing when you're losing something. Missing all the good times, living in the high life. Tell me where is my love? Tell me where is my life? Ooh, if I could change it. Ooh, if I could break it down. It feels like London Bridge is always falling down. We should have known better by now. I don't wanna be afraid of this world that I'm living in. I just wanna open up my eyes and start again. I don't wanna be too surprised it never ends. I just wanna open up my eyes and start again. I don't wanna be afraid of this world that I'm living in. I just wanna open up my eyes and start again. I don't wanna be too surprised it never ends. I just wanna open up my eyes and start again. Ooh, if I could change it. Ooh, if I could break it down. It feels like London Bridge is always falling down. We should have known better by now. We know better. Oh, we know better. Oh, we know better. Oh, we know better.
Welcome back. Thanks for coming back. We have more typography for you. But first, a word from our sponsors.
It gives words personality, and I think it gives the people who are using the type a way to express their personality or their moods or their ideas.
We can find really inspiring new shapes to use and to share with the design community.
I'm addicted to that feeling. Having a great shape in front of you that is perfect. Being able to do that for a living is just brilliant.
Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
We have the nerdiest sponsors ever. They're so cool. We're going to have a spotlight now by Mary Hawkins, a beautiful animation, and she is here in the audience. So let's say thank you to Mary. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. That was beautiful. We have two amazing talks to end the day. And first is Inesh Ire, a designer from Portugal who is currently based here in New York City. She founded Studio Ire in 2019, focusing on initiatives that aim to shift society. Her talk will show us how typography helps convey powerful stories, addressing issues ranging from social justice, health equity, and infant mortality to democracy and sustainability Inesh is a humanist who uses typography to generate discussions and advocate for change. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Ellen, for the great words, and also for all of you to sticking the whole day here to hear two more talks. Today, I want to talk to you about using typography to unlock advocacy. And as we all know, typography and design can be very political and encompassing many messages and meanings inside different characters. But first of all, I want to talk to you about my history, my story with type. So I'm from a small archipelago of 9 islands in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in Portugal. And from an early age, I found myself very much into creative and doing different things, but also coloring outside the lines, so not taking the conventional path. And so my first encounter with type happened when I was 14 years old. I was working at our local Museum of Immigration because the Azores is a very strong community of immigration, not only to the US, but also to Canada. And my main task was to going through all these old vintage newspapers that dated back to the 50s and look for old messages from immigrants trying to imagine their lives and keep track of their journeys communicating with their family. I was immediately drawn to the typography that was set on the layout, exploring shapes and hierarchy. Years later, I became a migrant myself, working as a designer in different latitudes, making my own type explorations. This from creating alphabets. This is an alphabet I created here in New York a couple of years ago, reflecting the shapes of Portuguese azulejo, which is our classical ceramic tiles, but also exploring type in exhibitions and type as infographics as well. I had the opportunity to create identities for events that really celebrate culture and give an identity to people and a voice. But also exploring type as a tool to help the 3D. In this case, I developed a 3D book cover that help disabled people, specifically visually impaired, to read and understand the texture of a book in a different way. After all this diverse body of work, I became more and more interested about understanding the relationship between design and activism and how we can generate the true spark to action. The importance of letters as a tool for protest. So for me, when I was in my undergraduate, we used to study a lot movements like Free Angela, but also trying to understand how the letters can really shape the way that we protest and give voice to ourselves. And even I bring this interesting example from a typographer, also here from New York, that created a type based, called Greta Grotesque, based on the classical lettering in protest signs. So for me, it became very clear that causes and design can really generate action and bring something new to the world. The first project that I want to introduce you is how type can create experiences and welcome people. So every 28 seconds, a new immigrant arrives in the United States. People like Maria, who came from Guatemala looking for a better life. Other reasons to move are jobs, education, family, opportunity, stability. Thousands of other immigrants come to the US seeking the same thing. But are they really being properly welcomed to the New York community? So in the project Newcomer, together with Monica Magsonak, we developed a concept for an experience that can really make others understand the power of being in a new country and how you can welcome people in a different way. So imagine yourself walking into Battery Park, a place populated by immigration heritage. On the big lawn, you would find this huge transparent Jenga structure. And so for us, when we were creating this project, we wanted to reflect not only this idea of stability, but also use the lettering as a main vehicle. So we were inspired by the letter N and also the translation into the Jenga structure. So to explain you a bit of how this experience would look like, so you would have 2 volunteers near the tower, and this Jenga structure would be built on top of a shaking motion platform. In this platform, you would find a countdown of 28 seconds, and you could either succeed to make your move during these 28 seconds and retrieve a reward and fact about immigration, or after the 28 seconds, the tower would collapse, symbolizing also the way that many people come to the US in this and feel not supported as well. So as I mentioned before, every block would have a fact and a reward. And the idea would be that we wanted to really generate action when people would see the experience. We also developed a lot of an elastic communication from different posters that was built with the letter N, as I mentioned before, but also trying to expand typography even more as a vehicle for messages. So here's an example of how by using an image, it will not only be able to read the text behind it, but also give an even more powerful message of generating this welcome a US immigrant today. The second project that I want to show you is actually my master thesis, my venture that I built at School of Visual Arts. And it came from a very personal experience. So a couple of years ago, I was working at a Portuguese agency. And sadly, one of our founding members lost a child. And I was asked to recreate and design a memorial piece for the funeral of a newborn infant. And this was the first time that I really felt powerless by design. And so I wanted to research more about neonatal mortality and how I could go beyond my design skills and do something to mitigate the problem. Introducing to you Alicody, my project, a device and app that tracks your heart rate, temperature, and baby's activity in a non-invasive, affordable, and empowering way. Earlier this year, I did a research trip to Mozambique because I wanted to understand the reality of neonatal mortality, not only in developing countries, but also in high-rate places such as the US. So in Mozambique, we visited hospitals, maternities, witnessing in firsthand multiple births and sadly even stillbirths. I discovered this harsh reality and compared it to the situation in the US. I have spent the last few months flooding my head around all of this information and discovered that the main issues are statistically connected with race and ethnicity. Data shows that 80% of these deaths are preventable and that BIPOC women are 3 times more likely to lose their lives or their newborns. And how healthcare workers have handled the concerns of women of color is a long-standing issue. Data leads us to believe that this is a systematic care problem when we have Black mothers dying twice the rate when compared to their white counterparts. So after many interviews, I gathered these main insights and concluded that we needed to really change the mindset with a project that could be a hybrid and a solution for this. Trying to make sense of how typography could play a part in this project, I made many sketches, also trying to understand how this research trip would influence me into the identity of the project. And then I landed in the word Alicody, which comes from a place of science, the act of dividing a whole into equal parts, which I then represented by the two dots in the eyes. Then I also tried exploring another shape, such as the umbilical cord, but also mimic the shapes of a womb. What's interesting about this project is that not only the typography plays a huge role in the identity, but also in shaping the object of the wearable device itself, so that each BIPOC woman could unpack a safer birth experience. We wanted to guide mothers like Fiona Cole, a 24-year-old teacher from Brooklyn, helping her to navigate her pregnancy trimesters and giving her the tools to act in each step. So since week 1, she would be able to choose her care type, having access to an action guide with prompts and vlogs tailored to her cultural specific needs, and discover also our network of providers. Starting week 20, our mother will be introduced to our monitoring device. And here is a sample of how the device behaves in case of irregular activity. The device would send haptic light feedback and then forward her to the dashboard with vital signs and immediate WhatsApp support line. Finally, throughout the pregnancy journey and during the 4th trimester, after birth, Alicody focuses on making sure mothers are mentally supported through our milestone check-in feature and notifications. For me, it was very important to use type here also, again, as a tool for advocacy, but also in an educational way, because sometimes mothers feel very underrepresented and not heard, and here was a tool to do so. The product discovery is very diverse, starting with the website, where mothers and partners can learn how to join the beta testing and support us. At Alicody, we truly envision a flourishing ecosystem from womb to home. My final project that I want to share here with you today is about giving voice and tools to act to the youth. So in Portugal, our relationship with politics is a bit different than when compared here into the US, because sometimes we are more about small causes and not the whole gear of the government. And also, instead of having only Republicans and Democrats, and we have many parties, and somehow all the youth don't feel represented in this political field. So last year, I was able to join an organization in Portugal called Próxima Geração, which means next generation in English. And so we developed together a way to really change this perception and educate young minds about why it's important to be an active voice in politics and how they can be heard and seen. To decrease this gap, so Próxima Geração was born. And as I mentioned before, since we have many political parties, we have many ideologies and many minds, and also they wanted to captivate youth individuals that were not the classical political types, but all quadrants of society. So that's why I decided to create an identity that through the letter G, we could imprint personalities of many, many different quadrants. And so creating this kind of dynamic G and rotating letter G. So this was an intense project that it's now going into their 3rd edition, and we got amazing feedback from the government, and continuing to explore letter forms also with the image, but also trying to understand how the information architecture from all of their communications could make sense and be impactful. And we have many alumni that now can be a testimony of how this program really changed their perception and made them go from common civic citizens into very much informed and active citizens. So as a final message, I would like to leave you that it's very important as a designers to try and understand how our voice can always be meaningful and how we can also be a part of change. Thank you so much.
We are coming to the final beat, the period at the end of the sentence. It's going to be amazing, and it's going to be Rob Stenson. He is a designer and musician based in Monrovia, California. After studying architectural history at Columbia University, Rob worked as a programmer in San Francisco and then started Goodhertz Inc., an audio software company. Rob will show us how type and music interact within film and video. His work combines sound, variable fonts, and typography. Thank you, Rob.
Hello. My name is Rob Stenson. That's what that says. And that's a font made with sound, which I'll explain later. But first, a little about me. I think that actually about covered it. I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio, and now live in Southern California in a city named Monrovia with my wife and daughter. My daughter will be 7 months old on Sunday. Here's the room I work in. During the day at the desk in the lower right of the screen, I'm a programmer mostly, or really more a designer who programs. Although that kind of implies I do both, but as separate tasks. More like a designer who uses programming to design. What does that mean? It means I mostly write when I design. Instead of nudging or dragging or drawing or snapping or zooming, I'm just typing. Typing and looking. Typing code and then looking at what results from that code. That's what you're seeing on the screen now. Typing in the upper left in a code editor, looking in the lower right, then typing, then looking, typing, looking. I also make music. That's a big part of my job, since I work at a small audio software company named Goodhertz. Goodhertz makes audio plugins. Those are little interfaces that help you transform recorded sound, sometimes in subtle ways, sometimes in less subtle ways. Here's one of them. It's called Toop. And tube and tape, that's where that comes from. Toop lets you time travel back to the 50s and 60s when recording equipment was made of tubes and tapes and everything sounded crunchier. Here's a video of me playing guitar directly into Toop, though the sound of the plugin is probably of less interest to this audience than the variable font animation in the top left. At this point, you might be wondering, why is there a variable font animation there? Great question. The architect Louis Kahn, pictured here, was famous for speaking to building materials. His most well-known conversation was this one. You say to a brick, "What do you want, brick?" And brick says to you, "I like an arch." Some arches in here. And you say to brick, "Look, I want one too, but arches are expensive and I could use a concrete lintel." And then you say, "What do you think of that, brick?" Brick says, "I like an arch." Kahn's conversation with bricks led me to ask variable fonts a similar question. You say to a variable font, "What do you want?" and the font says to you, I want to make music. And you say to the font, look, I like music too, but After Effects doesn't support you. And I could use Illustrator instead to make some static frames. And you say, what do you think of that font? And the variable font says, I want to make music. All fonts, I'd say, want to be sound. All typography, all writing, waits patiently for a human voice. Oration, singing, even just the voice inside your head when you're reading silently. For a long time, historically speaking, the human voice was the only way to bring text to life in time. But then we started making films, and that was when we found out there was another way to bring text to life in time: instrumental music. For example, here's a clip from Len Lai's Trade Tattoo of 1937. Apparently that was an ad for the British Post Office. I also love the work of Jean Fouché, a French title designer active in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I was going to show you a clip from the titles of this film, the 1967 film Oscar, but given that the talk is being live streamed on YouTube, I asked YouTube, what do you want, YouTube? And YouTube said, anything uncopyrighted. Anyway, what's so great about Lai and Fouché is that their typography doesn't ignore the soundtrack, fading in and out. Their text is motivated by the soundtrack, so much so that the relationship becomes a conversation. The music brings the text to life, and the text illuminates elements of the music you might not have noticed otherwise. You get the sense that for Lai and Fouché, a font was a percussion instrument. But what would artists like these two have done if they had access to modular letters that could do more than appear and disappear? That is, what would they have done with variable fonts? I started wondering about that back in 2017 and 2018. For someone like me who comes from the world of endlessly tweakable audio software, full of knobs and sliders and switches, the appeal of variable fonts was immediate. Finally, fonts had controls I could manipulate smoothly, rather than drop-downs that I had to choose from haphazardly. But back then, I was using After Effects, and given its lack of variable font support, I started looking around for alternatives. After a little while, I found a little program called Drawbot. Give it up for Drawbot. Drawbot is an app that makes it easy to do all kinds of typographic things with nothing but Python code. Variable fonts, stylistic sets, languages with different writing systems, all the things that conventional graphic software struggles with, Drawbot handles with aplomb. And as a software engineer turned motion graphics hobbyist, it was a dream come true. Finally, I could just type. I could write animations. And once you can write an animation, you can start asking all kinds of strange questions. In 2018, I asked myself, could I make ads for Goodhertz by connecting audio files directly to those new variable fonts that James from Ono Typeco keeps releasing? Another question I asked myself, could I describe how to mix a song using our plugins with on-screen graphics generated entirely with Drawbot? ginger root if you don't know ginger root. If you've ever used Drawbot, you might find it hard to believe I used it to make this video. And yes, as my workflow evolved, look at my mouse there, I could sense Drawbot's reluctance to continue on the journey with me. Not because of a fault with the program, but because of something Drawbot does intentionally. It makes itself easy to use. But what's easy at first can be constraining later. The fastest cars are never the easiest to drive. So I set about building a fast car of my own, something stripped down, lightweight, and incredibly difficult to use. That's how I came up with a Python library named ColdType. Initially, most of what I made with ColdType were actually not like this video. They were lyric videos, long-form videos, usually for friends, word by word popping up on screen, which is much more common these days with the rise of the TikTok speech-to-text algorithms. But I think these videos are still pretty fun.
Check this out. Back in 2016, everyone was stopping me on the street asking about Wolf Mono. They're coming up to me with Wolf Mono specimen PDFs printed out, asking me to sign them on the street. They don't even know I make music. Fast forward to now, 2019, the good vibes have run out. I can't even get through Trader Joe's without being hassled about the lack of Greek and Cyrillic characters in Wolf Mono.
It's great cause no one's keeping score, so just get over you. Get over you. Get over you. Your wrist get my strength and get don't be free on me. Go free on me. I said free on E. Free on E. I won't forget this baby. Hey, I love my baby. She's the best. She picks me up at LAX. What gets me through the longest
Selection there. The longer I worked on ColdType and used it to make long animations like these, the more I was drawn to its real strength, a very short feedback loop. This is the typeface Bonko, I think that's how it's pronounced, which I redrew with overlapping contours because I wanted to pair each contour, not just each letter, with a particular sound. So I made a short drum track, exported the MIDI of that track, read in the MIDI with Python, and animated the contours with ColdType. Here's a more complex version of that same idea, this time said with Ono's non-plus font. The process in these videos wasn't simply bringing sound to life with a visual. In both cases, the initial idea was visual. You see a font that has parts that can easily be animated. But once you've put a sound together and plugged it into the visual, you've got a feedback loop built and ready for experimentation. Easy enough now to tweak the track, export it, hit play, Watch the animation change right before your eyes. And once you know a feedback loop like that is possible, certain outlandish ideas seem more possible.
I like the way they do it up and down, down, down. Ball is my favorite sport. Ball is my favorite sport. I like the way they do it up and down. Ball.
At some point in this journey of pairing variable fonts with sound, I came across a YouTube upload of Jus van Rossem's 2016 A-Type talk, The Sound of Shapes and Shape of Sounds. It's worth watching if you haven't seen it. In the talk, Jus demonstrates how to play letters through audio effects and create incredibly cool new shapes. Obviously, I had to try it out myself using cold type. And once I got it working, with the help of one cryptic clue from Jus received via email, I thought once again, could this work with variable fonts? What you're about to see are 4 simple, single-letter variable font animations encoded as audio files. X and Y coordinates become left and right stereo information. And then those audio files are triggered with a sample. Once triggered, those audio files pass through what's known as a low-pass filter, a filter that lets you remove high frequencies from sound, kind of like what happens when you close a door or do this with your mouth, like that. Metaphorically, it's a filter that lets you remove detail, which is clear when it's applied visually. As I lower the cutoff frequency of the low-pass filter, you'll see all the sharp corners are rounded away, and then odd googie blobs appear, explode, and disappear completely. Almost a little hard to understand, but what you're seeing is the sound. There is no visual, really. It's just the visual is a side effect of how that sound appears on that kind of frequency scope, or not frequency, but XY scope. Anyway, did that, and then after a while, I wondered, could I make a font using the same technique? So now we've arrived back at the beginning, a font made with sound, a variable font that not only wants to make music, the variable font that was made with music. At the moment, it's called Degular Low Pass. It's just Ono's Degular typeface sent through a low pass filter. It is a completely usable variable font, though I'll admit it doesn't interpolate cleanly. It's just 10 fonts daisy chained on a single variable font slider. Still very fun to use. And if you're wondering what it sounds like, here's a sample. Anyway, that about does it for my talk. Just want to say thank you to Typographics for having me. Thank you to type designers for making variable fonts. Thank you to Wolfpack for not enabling YouTube's copyright detection on their music. And thank you to all of you for watching and listening to these odd little experiments with sight and sound. Thank you.
Tomorrow, there's more typography. Witness, come back, see it, hear it, taste it, smell it. And now there's a party?
Yep. At 6
I don't
o'clock.
usually party, but if there's
We'll make
type
exceptions.
involved, I might.
Yeah, at 6 o'clock, go across the street, and we'll have a bit of decompressing after all of the wonderful typography we just saw. And of course, we need to thank our sponsors, without who this would not be possible. So we'll see you all tomorrow.
Is your head spinning? Is your heart racing? Is there fire in your veins? Are your bones burning? Is your skin yearning? Cause you're driving me insane. I kinda feel like I saw the light. You got me way up 1,000 miles. Can we stay right here in this atmosphere like we're flying out in space? Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down. This high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Are your hands shaking? Are your fists breaking? Are you climbing over walls? Are the times changing? Is the noise fading? Cause I wanna get it all. Don't look down. Don't look down. This high will never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach now. Don't look down.